we please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
He is excused.
Okay.
Apologies.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Slivka, can you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can you please read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So before I move on to our unfinished business, after we get a motion on the floor, just want to lay out sort of the quick run of show for today. So as requested at the last assembly meeting last Wednesday, we will have a presentation by the administration. I am told it is lengthy and very detailed. We will also have discussion. Then after we are done with presentation and discussion, which could take a while, then we will go on to amendments. After amendments are completed is when I would prefer if any members would like to have their motion to postpone, which I've heard there are some members who would prefer to do so. That is when I would like members to entertain such a motion. And then if that motion fails, we will proceed to debate, our speeches, and a vote. So with that, we now have before us ordinance number AO 2020-66, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase or lease with option to purchase of real property legally described as Lot 7A, Block C, Heather Meadow Subdivision, Plat 77-149, PID 009-161-51, Lots 1 through 6, Block C, Rosebud Subdivision, Plat P-224A, PID 009-161-32, 009-161-33, 009-161-34, 009-161-35, 009-161-36, 009-161-37, Block 4A, Central City Subdivision, Plat 76-245, PID 003-241-29, the improvements on Lot 1, Block 33C, USS 408, Plat 84-374, PID 003-073-33, and Tract C, Green Valley Re-Subdivision Number 1, Plat 73-210, PID 010-193-22, properties with aggregate acquisition and renovation costs not to exceed $22,500,000. Real Estate Department. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
No, Mr. Chair, there is no motion pending.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve AO 2020-66S.
Second, Weddleton.
Moved and seconded. I assume that's why you were in the queue, Mr. Constant? Okay. And All right, so we have a presentation from the administration. Are these questions that can wait for a bit, or do you want to ask these now? Sure, Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to make sure we got an email, someone said we're not streaming, is that correct? Or, and if we are streaming, can they see the mayor's presentation?
Just one moment, Mr. Weddleton, I'm trying to answer that question, to record the motion, and then I want to
Yeah,
hear.
that's fine. I got nowhere to go.
Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I had trouble copying. Is it live? Okay, thanks. I don't know how to copy it on my phone.
So I'm told from one of our members who's watching online that we are streaming,
Thanks.
Our IT people are here.
and our IT people confirm that we are streaming. Sure. Okay. All right. Was that also your question, Mr. Dunbar?
No, I had a clarifying question for Mr. Constant. Why did you, maybe I'm just a little confused, why did you move the S instead of the S1 version?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
the S1 version does not contain the reference to ML&P and the revenues that are associated with that are going to pay for a portion of this should it pass. And I think the more accurate version is the S version. If the movers of the S1 or the drafters of the S1 version care to make that change, an amendment can be made at the proper time, but I would prefer the most complete record to be before us.
And just to add to the record, there is an amendment that we have in our packet to add in some of the aspects of the S1 version to the S version.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, you're also one of the drafters of the S1 version, Mr. Constant, so I'm just a little confused.
Just for the record, I was added by accident to that last one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gintz, did you want to add to that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that the S version also includes a fund certification for this money, and the S1 version, it lacks that feature, and so it's more expedient, I think, to go with the S version amended accordingly.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Buckenstad for the presentation. And I assume, Mr. Buckenstad, that with as many slides as it is, you're okay with questions throughout. So we'll go ahead and do that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, but since I do not have a computer by me, I won't be able to see if somebody gets in the queue to ask a question. So you'll just have to interrupt me. Well, thank you again at the request of a number of members from last week that wanted an additional presentation on AO 2020-66. A number of folks within the administration helped put this together, so I know a number of them are on the phone, as well as a couple here in person in case there are additional questions that I can't answer that I will phone a friend. But wanted to, let's see, run through what we're going to be talking about in the presentation. So we're going to talk about the public health emergency, how has COVID-19 impacted shelter capacity, the federal stimulus bills that have made their way through Congress and how that has impacted some of the decisions that we've made, specifically the Coronavirus Relief Fund. That is the specific piece of the CARES Act where the $156 million that the municipality will receive is coming from. What planning has gone in over the years to get us to a decision point like this, and then go into some details about the actual properties within AO 2020-66S. There have been a number of questions that members have emailed the administration over the last 72 or 96 hours, and we're going to try to run through as many of those as we can. We've probably paraphrased a number of them because a lot of them were very similar. And then finally, there was some requests of members if we, the administration, could comment on the current known amendments. So we will run through those as well. So Jumping into the public health emergency, just taking us all the way back to March 11th. I know it feels a lot longer ago, but that was when the governor was actually the first one to declare a statewide disaster. He declared it on March the 11th in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. The following day, March the 12th, the mayor then also proceeded to declare a public health emergency within the municipality of Anchorage. And then the following day, on March the 13th, President Trump also declared a national emergency. And I will say, out of all of them, this was probably the most important one because it is the one that unlocked a lot of the federal funding from FEMA and other agencies that has flowed into not only Anchorage and Alaska, but around the country. So how has the COVID-19 impacted shelter capacity? Bringing us back to kind of the very beginning conversation that we had. Last year, between our different shelters within Anchorage, we had almost 700 beds of shelter capacity. As a result of COVID-19 and us following CDC recommendations that we'll talk about here in a minute, that capacity was reduced to about 290. So almost 400 beds were lost as a result of COVID-19 and the physical distancing and other requirements that were recommended as a result. So what were those? CDC had a couple. So in terms of meal service, they wanted to create at least 6 feet of area between seats. We have done that both at the Boki when it was up and running, but still at the Sullivan. And in general, they wanted sleeping areas to make sure that clients' faces are at least 6 feet apart and that the mats were aligned to sleep head to toe. So when you think about the amount of space that we had at the Boki and the Sullivan and compare it to Brother Francis or Beans, that was never possible. Prior to this, both Brother Francis and Beans, we were sleeping people right up next to each other. So the needed space, we were able to figure out somewhat immediately after this emergency declaration was declared that there was going to be a real issue because we brought in representatives from Beans, from Brother Francis, from other shelters and said, what's your plan? What are you guys going to do? And because they are not the owners of any other property, they didn't know. So if they were going to be responsible for somehow figuring out how to space people, what it was going to result in was hundreds of people being out in the street. And if you think back to March, I believe it was still relatively cold this year at the end of March. So we moved relatively quickly with a whole bunch of folks within the municipality, and we identified the Boki and the Sullivan as ideal locations to set up emergency shelters. A couple of the decision points around there were, one, it was large enough, and two, we owned it. So we were able to access it relatively quickly. And as you can see, we started moving people in to the Boki and the Sullivan arenas on March 21st. So only about a week after the public health emergency was declared were we able to get folks into there. And I think the key takeaway is that we wanted to protect the vulnerable residents of this city. And, when at its peak, the capacity for both the Boki and the Sullivan was about 480. And I just kind of looked at kind of a random day. On April 6th, the occupancy between those were 325, and the peak was actually on March 29th at 377. So I think most folks can recognize that we didn't need that amount of capacity for what we were seeing. So we were able to essentially turn off or turn back over Ben Boki to its original required use as a hockey rink, and we have since been able to use just the Sullivan Arena for our emergency shelter. So we have a capacity of 350, but I think as there has been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks because of some of the extra rain that we have received, there have been a couple of nights over the last couple of weeks where we actually have reached capacity at the Sullivan Arena. And the one other point that I want to make about what we were able to do at the Sullivan and Boki arenas was really for the first time bring a lot of the services that homeless individuals require to them. We were able to set up what we have called the Community Resource Hub in the parking lot of the Sullivan Arena, and we're able to get a number of the different providers to actually come out and sit in the tents and help individuals through all of the different processes. And that was really one of the first times that we've ever been able to do that. Prior to this, individuals, they'd have to go to one spot to get an ID. They'd have to go to another spot to talk about health benefits. They'd have to go to another place if they wanted to talk about housing, and then another place if they wanted to talk about finding a job. But we were finally able to bring everyone there on one location, and we've seen a ton of success. Just over the last couple of months, we've been able to house an additional 200 individuals by having that kind of setup, which is significantly more than what we do on any given year in the normal kind of situation that we're in. So basically, take away from the last couple of slides, we lost a lot of shelter capacity as a result of COVID-19. So I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about the various federal stimulus bills. I think there's been kind of a lot of confusion around what each of those are. Currently, we have gone through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 3.5. Congress is currently debating kind of the phase 4 bill, so I'll kind of walk through each of them and talk about them briefly. Phase 1 was all the way back on March the 6th. It was the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act, and basically the objective of this bill was to provide about $8 billion for the different federal agencies to do research into COVID-19 and to develop a vaccine. Very quickly, only a week later, Phase 2, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, was signed into law by the President. This one was a lot larger at $100 billion, and essentially it provided for paid sick leave, some additional tax credits, expanding food assistance and unemployment benefits, and increasing some Medicaid funding. But I think as folks quickly realized, neither of these was going to be nearly enough to kind of deal with the impact that COVID was having on the country. So they introduced Phase 3, which is commonly referred to as the CARES Act, or the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. It came out to about $2.2 trillion. It's the largest non-wartime stimulus bill in our country's history. And essentially, it was designed to deal with the impacts on the economy and the public health of COVID-19, and to help state and local governments, individuals, and businesses through this process. So just very quickly, I wanted to run through a couple of the points behind it. And I think the largest one that a lot of people understand and know about is about the $350 billion that was included and given to the Small Business Administration. And essentially, that created what everyone commonly knows now as the the PPP, Paycheck Protection Program. And as I'll talk about, Phase 3.5 essentially just added more money into this. So if you include the Phase 3 and Phase 3.5, the CARES Act is actually about a $2.8 trillion stimulus package when you think about it. They also included an additional $500 billion for the Department of Treasury as a stabilization fund. $25 billion went to air carriers, $4 billion went to air cargo carriers, $17 billion for businesses determined to be important to national security, and the remaining almost $450 billion is gone into direct lending to distressed businesses meeting specified criteria. And I would just point out that while $156 million is certainly a lot of money, and a lot of money for Anchorage, when we're talking about the amount of money in these programs, I think it becomes very clear that it's not just the responsibility of Anchorage to make sure that the economy recovers. It's the responsibility of really the federal government and to a certain extent the state government, because they have received more money than us, to get money into the hands of small businesses and others to actually weather the COVID-19 impacts. A couple of other points. Again, this has been in the news over the last couple of days, but the CARES Act included an additional $600 a week for unemployment insurance. That was currently, or that was in the CARES Act for an additional 13 weeks. That actually expires at the end of this week. So starting next week, individuals that have been on unemployment will see a $600 reduction in the amount that they see in their unemployment insurance. That is currently being debated again in Congress, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And then the final kind of very large piece was a direct kind of stimulus check of $1,200 to every eligible individual, and on top of that, an additional $500 per eligible child. And then, again, as I mentioned, CARES Phase 3.5 of the CARES Act was essentially another almost $500 billion, $300 into the PPP program, $60 billion, which was set aside for community and financial institutions. And I will say that out of the total amount that was in the PPP, Alaskan small businesses, or Alaskan businesses, received almost $1.4 billion of that since this program was put into place. So a lot of money, like I said, has come from the federal government and been put into both the local and state economy from these two programs. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we are already starting to talk about Phase 4. About 8 weeks ago, the House of Representatives passed what is known as the HEROES Act, and I'll run through a couple of items in there. Essentially, it would provide an additional $1 trillion to state and local governments to deal with the impacts of COVID. There would be an additional stimulus direct payment to individuals of about $1,200 per family member and $6,000 per household. That would extend the unemployment benefits of $600 a week through the end of next January, and about $175 billion in new supports to assist renters and homeowners to help them make their monthly rent and mortgage payments. Obviously, this entire package, the HEROES Act, comes out to about a $3 trillion package. I have not been able to look into it, but the Senate Republicans and the White House just today, this afternoon, introduced what they are calling the HEALS Act, H-E-A-L-S. It is about a $1 trillion package that provides some direct stimulus to individuals. It does not provide $600. I believe they're creating a different formula that would potentially provide an additional $200, I think, in federal unemployment insurance to individuals. So obviously, both of our branches of our legislative government in D.C. are about $2 trillion apart when it comes to negotiating what a next stimulus package looks like. The August 7th is kind of the deadline, I think, that they are working on before they leave for their August recess and head back to their home states and districts. So I would fully anticipate at some point over the next 3 weeks they will reach some sort of compromise, and I don't think it takes a genius to know that about $2 trillion is somewhere in the middle. So I would anticipate something around that number with some priorities from both packages included, and hopefully that will be signed by the president sometime in early August. So then, obviously, the important part that we're talking about is the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And where that came from in the CARES Act is $150 billion of the CARES Act is provided to fund or help state and local governments. Every state received no less than $1.25 billion based on population. So Alaska, we received the minimum amount that is included in this program at $1.25 billion. Once it went to the state, some other provisions in this say that about 45% of whatever the state received should go to local governments, and that's about what the state of Alaska did. And as you probably all remember, you approved Resolution 2020-199. It authorized the administration to enter into a grant agreement with the state and to receive a total amount of a little over $156 million. The first payment is $116 million. I can confirm we have received that payment, so we have 116 or a little bit less because there has been some appropriated from it already of that amount in our account. And then obviously you can see that there are two additional payments, both at roughly $20 million that we will likely receive. However, to receive each of the next payments, we have to spend 80% of the prior payment. So that means for us to be able to get to the second payment, we have to have appropriated and spent about $93 million before we can ask the state for the next tranche. And I will just point out that, and we'll talk about this later as well, that part of the CARES Act requirements when it comes to this is the money has to have been spent by December 30th. So there's some time constraints associated with this money that will obviously speed up the process in which we push money out.
I have a question for you on that slide. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, just a clarification on the use of the word spent as opposed to allocated. Can you just clarify if it actually has to be spent or just designated to a particular purpose? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something that Ms. Vogel and I have spent a lot of time talking about. I think that there are certainly some different opinions when it comes to that, and I would invite her to maybe comment if she wants, but I believe that there is flexibility in there that says that as long as it is encumbered, that is good enough. But obviously there are others that say actually every single penny has to be spent by December 30th. But I would maybe ask if she wants to weigh in at this point too.
Thank you through the chair. Assembly member, the answer on spent versus allocated is going to depend a lot on what we're talking about. So the guidance is pretty clear, for example, that you can't prepay in a way that you wouldn't ordinarily for future expenses for another year. Even you can't say, I'm going to allocate rent that would be for 2021, and I'm going to allocate it now. But beyond, so that's a sort of a clear example. I think there are a lot of gray examples. So rather than give you an absolute rule for every time, I'll just say it depends, the classic lawyer answer, and happy to look into it when we've got a specific element that we're concerned about. And certainly we would make the pitch to get the money from the state if our money is allocated but not all the way spent, and look at the details on what specifically is involved. But I think the legal analysis might turn on those details.
Thank you. Please continue.
All right, so before we leave that, I did want to also just kind of run through, because as I mentioned, and again, I think there's been some confusion that all of the money that we're receiving is going to be spent purchasing these, the potential purchase of these properties. And that's not true, and I'll just run through kind of what we have already done, which is About $6 million has already been appropriated to small businesses and nonprofits. We are working on kind of that next tranche, so that is in process. We have finished the $1 million, and I believe, and I'm looking at Chris to just nod his head if I'm saying it correctly, but about 130 small businesses and nonprofits received between $5,000 and $10,000 grants already, and we are working on the next kind of tranche of $5 million. There has been $3 million for rental and mortgage assistance already, and I believe we included in the Assembly update that we sent around yesterday some additional information on that. We are about, I believe, $800,000, $850,000 spent in the first $1 million that we have allocated, and I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,000 families we have already helped as a result of this. So we are in the process of getting additional money into that account so that there is no lag between when the first $1 million runs out and when the next amount comes in. We also appropriated $10 million for a licensed child care relief fund, and I believe as a couple members have asked for an update on that, we believe that the application will likely be live sometime this week for those child care providers to begin submitting an application to receive this funding as well. And then there's also $3 million in a public lands job program that does a number of different things, improve some parks and trail areas, and then also goes in and tries to kill or tear out, I guess, some of the trees that have been killed by spruce bark beetles. And then finally, a contingency fund of about $1.5 million as well. So total to date already, we have appropriated $23.5 million of the $156 million that we will ultimately receive. And I know from the previous meetings and all-day work session that we had a couple of weeks ago that there will likely be a very large package on August 11th that builds out some of these programs, but also targets some other areas and really gets additional money into the local economy.
Before you move on, I have a couple questions. Ms. Allard?
Jason, when it comes to going back to the CARES funds and how we can use them, you said that was it December 31st you said was the deadline that we needed to use them?
December 30th.
December 30th. But if we're under contract, we could continue to use those funds.
As I think Ms. Vogel said, I think it would depend on the situation. I think, as she mentioned, if it is something that, if we're trying to enter into a contract to kind of prepay something that would have otherwise been paid in 2021, that probably isn't allowed. But if there is a program that we have implemented and we have kind of encumbered the money, that is likely to be okay, but it would likely be on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yes, thanks. Mr. Bockenstead, I understand that a number of dollars, a substantial number of dollars have been spent responding to the emergency on behalf of the municipality, and I also understand that FEMA will likely recompensate us for some of that. Do we have an accounting of that to show as well?
Not in this presentation, I don't, but I believe that to date, and this was one where I'd have to phone a friend, and maybe if Bill is on the phone, maybe he can answer, but I believe to date, or maybe Alex knows if he's sitting there, I believe we have had an emergency appropriation of about $15 million so far, and I believe that there is another one that is on the agenda for tomorrow night. But you are exactly right that most of that funding is likely FEMA eligible, and what that means is about 75% of it would likely be reimbursed to us from FEMA. there is always a 25% local match that is required. Historically, that has been picked up by the state for those types of expenses. But at this point in time, we don't know if the state is going to do that. So I think as part of the conversations that we have had, it is prudent for us to say, okay, we know how much we are asking for FEMA reimbursement on the direct expenditures. What is 25% of that? And we should likely hold that to the side, just in case that is something that the state does not pick up in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
All right, so planning, and essentially what I'm going to kind of walk through is kind of all of the different things that have influenced our decision and the things that we have done to kind of get to this point. And I'll start with the same thing that I mentioned last week was one of the drivers of some of our decisions has been Assembly Resolution 2018-167. And it is essentially the Assembly's declaring a policy of dispersed placement in the Anchorage Bowl of services and programs for homeless persons. So essentially making sure that any additional facilities are not in the downtown core area, the 99501 area. So that has kind of been our starting point as we have moved through this process, is adhering to this resolution and trying to figure out where or what other facilities outside of this area we could use. But kind of taking a step back from there, I think...
Actually, I have a couple of questions on that one. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Jason. We heard a number of individuals testify that we're just taking all the homeless people out of downtown with this. Can you speak to the nature of what services will remain at all? Because there's no truth to the fact that we're taking all homeless people out of downtown.
The echo down here is a little bad.
The question is, what services are going to remain downtown? Do you have that? I'm sorry, that's a sidebar question, I guess, maybe, but...
I think that regardless of what happens, there will still be a significant number of services in the downtown area. Brother Francis will still be operational. Obviously, one of the locations that we are asking to purchase is the Beans location, and as part of that transaction, they would likely try to acquire another building somewhere in the area to help them expand the services that they provide. And then, there's Covenant House. There's a number of other kind of apartment buildings or other services that cater to and help those that are experiencing homelessness. So even if we were to move forward with this one, there would still be a significant number of facilities in the downtown area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Balkenstedt, I think I must have been, oh yeah, there's the date. I was elected shortly after this, so I actually wasn't on the assembly during that time. Can you talk to me about the rationale that this was completed or passed, and also, to your knowledge, I realize you weren't serving on the assembly, and also the administration's general view that facilities should be spread out throughout the city and the advantages or disadvantages to that?
Sure, absolutely. And to the first question, I might ask either Assembly Chair Rivera or Assembly Member LaFrance to maybe talk to the reasons as to why the Assembly wanted to do that. I wouldn't want to speak for them. But from the administration's perspective, in terms of why I think we're supportive of this, is I think we have, and as I think we'll talk about going forward with some of the Anchored Home and other things that we have done to get to this point, is I think we have learned that the way that we have historically handled this issue hasn't worked for the community. We have had shelters in the downtown area that are overcrowded and don't have the necessary support, in terms of a day engagement center or things like that, that actually provide real support to move individuals out of the shelter into something that is more permanent in terms of housing or things like that. So from our perspective, I think being able to kind of decompress, I guess is the best word, that area and say, we're going to find other locations, multiple locations, that instead of having 450 or 500 individuals in one location that is hard to manage, we'll find a couple at 125 that will make it a little bit easier to manage and provide better service, I think, at the end of the day. So with that, I'll let one of the two sponsors of this resolution maybe comment as well.
Thank you. I'll speak to it from the Assembly perspective. So two main reasons. First, at the time, both Ms. LaFrance and I had been doing a lot of exploration of different types of models, including what Mr. Constant had discussed, which is during a public hearing, which is the Utah model. And then we had also just, after months and months and months of Assembly Committee on Homelessness meetings, and the Third Avenue Radicals coming to us for assistance month after month, it just became obvious to the two of us that we needed to look at a different model for the municipality of Anchorage. And also realizing my second point, even in 2018, it was obvious that people experiencing homelessness weren't just in downtown. They were in Midtown, they were in East Anchorage, they were in West Anchorage, they were in South Anchorage. So it became obvious to us that this was a policy for us to explore, and we put it forward. I don't know if you want to add anything else. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Well, I think as we talked a little bit at the end of last week, over the last 5 years, the municipality, with support from the Assembly, the Coalition to End Homelessness, other community partners have tried to really develop a homelessness response system that is really informed by data. And, as of the result of all that work, we have a much clearer picture of the number of people that are homeless, who they are, and what supports they need to get housed and employed. And one of the reasons why that is the work that went into the Anchored Home Plan. And essentially, the vision of this plan is that homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. And while we have been successful with some people on that, we still have a lot of work to go to do that. But
actually have oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
And the Anchored Home Plan has some very specific, concrete actions that the municipality and our partners can take to really move that vision forward. But they really fall under kind of the 4 key pillars that we, I think, talk a whole bunch about, both from the administration and the coalition's perspective, but I know that the Assembly spends a lot of time talking about these 4 pillars in the Homelessness Committee, as well as, I believe, even the Health Policy Committee as well. But essentially, they're prevention and diversion, housing and support, public health and safety, and advocacy and funding. But one of the key points that happen every single year with Anchored Home is we put together the following year's priorities. And what does that look like for 2020?
Now I'm going to go ahead and interrupt you. Ms. Hallard?
Thank you. Jason, I've heard through testimony that the CARES Act funds is a godsend from nonprofits and also a gift from heaven. And my question is, if we've had this plan for so many years, didn't we have a financial plan as where this money is coming from? And now all of a sudden we need to access CARES Act funds to finalize this plan. So where was the financial plan and where was the money coming from originally? Please.
No, that's a great question, and through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, I think that is a key component of this is that, one of the aspects about this is that to either build a new facility, acquire a new facility is very, as you can see, we're asking for almost $20 million, a little over $20 million to acquire some buildings, is capital intensive. And while there has always been support from nonprofits to help us with the operating side of things for the first couple of years, or providing some minor renovations on buildings, there's always been the challenge of figuring out how do you get the capital necessary to make those types of large purchases. And certainly, I think nonprofits have played a very important role, and they are going to receive money from the CARES Act. But trying to expect all of our different nonprofits to really step into this huge issue, I think is somewhat unrealistic. They just don't have the capacity either to do this. So that is one of the reasons why we're bringing a proposal like this together, where from CARES funding, we will leverage money from the nonprofit and other sectors to really make this a successful project. So as I said, every single year we put out Anchored Home that year's priorities or the following year's priorities. So this year's 2020 priorities, and again I think I mentioned last week, was released at the end of last year, really hit on a couple of different areas that we are focusing in on with this ordinance. And the biggest one, obviously priority one, is increasing day shelter options. We haven't had that, so part of this obviously is providing at least 2 additional day engagement centers at our shelter locations. There's increasing overnight shelter and making sure that it is year-round. And we've certainly made some progress on that, but as I mentioned earlier, COVID has really taken a real hit at some of the steps that we had been taking to try to increase that as a result of physical distancing and things like that. And then finally, under priority 2, we want to be able to house 60 individuals experiencing homelessness in supportive housing, and additional 350 individuals experiencing homelessness in rapid rehousing. And again, I would just point out that this doesn't necessarily mean that this is the lone responsibility of any one nonprofit or the municipality. Part of this is a collaboration between all of the different partners and the municipality to try to reach these goals. And Catholic Social Services was very successful in receiving a Bezos grant of $5 million that helps with rapid rehousing. We have been successful, as we'll kind of talk about later, at receiving some additional federal grants that would help us with overnight shelter and day shelter options, as we've talked about. So this is really a community solution, and hopefully community supported when it comes to all of the different partners that will contribute either money or time to make these successful. But
before you move on, I have a question from Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, it's more of just a reinforcing. You use the word "we," and I think there's a we, the municipality, but there's a royal we as it relates to this work, and that's something we heard a great deal about. Is are all of these organizations and partners and people involved? And you mentioned a few of them. I just want you to make sure that we hit on that point of the number of people and organizations who have been involved in not only developing this plan, but are still involved in making sure that it's successful. Can you just make sure that you're clear about that?
Yeah, no, that's a great point through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. There are a lot of different partners, a number of nonprofits from Rasmussen. There's the Mental Health Trust. There's Catholic Social Services. There's Beans. There's a whole bunch of NeighborWorks. I'm going to forget a bunch of them, and I apologize, but there are certainly a lot of organizations that have been very deeply involved. So when I say we, I definitely mean the very much the royal we.
Thank you. Please continue.
So one of the other aspects that has come out of the Anchored Home Plan that has been released over the last couple of weeks is the Coalition to End Homelessness gap analysis. And that was really a very intensive look at where are the gaps in all of the different areas in which we try to get people off of the streets and into some sort of shelter. So shelter, bridge housing, permanent supportive housing. And this was essentially the outcome, and I apologize, this is kind of small up on the screen, but we will certainly share this presentation with you so you can read it more clearly. But not only was this a very intensive kind of gap analysis, but they also, at the end of it, came up with 2021 priorities as a result of this document. And just a couple of things that I will highlight from the gap analysis is that there is a significant lack of rapid rehousing for vulnerable adults. And then one of the greatest identified needs is the significant lack of permanent supportive housing necessary for vulnerable adults. And just the final piece of it is that they very much saw that ensuring sufficient shelter capacity, especially during the wintertime in Alaska, is critical for public health and safety. So those were just a couple of the key points that they brought out. But as I mentioned, they also put together a 2021 kind of priorities as well. And as you look through those, I only pulled out the high priority ones. They had some medium and low priority, but I only pulled out the high priority. And if you look at it, it lines up very nicely kind of with the ordinance to try to purchase these properties. It's priority ones, providing additional permanent supportive housing, additional shelter capacity, and I will just mention that part of what they said within their priorities is that both any location should have both day and night services. So that is a piece of this proposal as well. And also have resources and referral services at each of the locations. And as I mentioned earlier, we've been very successful with our community resource hub that we have set up, and it would be obviously our clear intention to make sure that those types of services are provided at each of the day engagement centers. And then finally, the last piece is getting the state government to help us address some of these challenges that we're facing. And while I will kind of talk about this in more detail a little bit later, I was extremely excited and pleased when Representative Tuck came in and testified and said, hey, the state needs to step up and the state needs to provide resources for this. And I will tell you that I fully expect when the administration brings forward its legislative program for Assembly approval at the end of the year, this item will certainly be the #1 priority that we have in that package. And it is fully my hope, and based on everything that Representative Tuck said, that he will lead the charge and sponsor some sort of legislation to provide some additional funding for these services. So we'll talk about that more in a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there as well. And then finally, the last one is the kind of the rapid rehousing aspect of it. And again, that's a component of the America's Best Value and a piece of this ordinance. So that's kind of some of the planning that has gone into everything that we have done to get to this point. So I'll run through now kind of the ordinance and some issues that are in or questions and other things there. But just to kind of recap, it's an ordinance. It's been sponsored by Assembly Chair Rivera and Assembly Members Zalatil and Constant. It is a not to exceed $22.5 million for the purchase and renovations of 4 properties around the municipality. And I will just point out again, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but $12.5 million of that is what is dedicated from the CARES Act. The remaining $10 million comes from the proposed sale of ML&P to Chugach that has now been approved by the RCA, and we'll talk about that a little bit more and how that came about and what the stipulated agreement said. But just very quickly, what would AO 2020-66 do? And essentially it would create a treatment center to help with substance misuse, bridge and permanent supportive living spaces, daytime engagement centers at 2 different locations for those experiencing homelessness, and 1 overnight shelter at the Old Alaska Club on Tudor and Old Seward. But before we kind of dive into that, I know one of the big concerns that people have raised is, how can you guys use CARES Act funding for this purchase? And I thought it would be appropriate for me to kind of run through, again, the Treasury guidance that has been laid out and why we have reached the opinion that we have. And essentially, like I mentioned last week, this is a 3-pronged test that you basically have to go through. And the first is, are these necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency? And I would say, as I did and have said, that I think that answer is clearly yes. We have lost almost 400 beds of capacity to, or as a result of COVID-19, so this is clearly a yes. And were these funds accounted for in your most recently approved budget? And the answer is no. We were not contemplating in our 2020 budget purchasing any facilities for this use. And the final one is a little confusing, but it's basically, were they incurred during the periods of March 1st, 2020 and ending on December 30th? And again, I think that answer is clearly yes, based on the fact that we are currently incurring significant expense operating the Sullivan Arena. Now, certainly, for the time being, the vast majority of those costs are being reimbursed through FEMA, but that ends at a certain point in time. So I don't necessarily know when. It could be some point at the end of this year, it could be the beginning of next year, but at some point, these costs will no longer be reimbursable through FEMA. And at that point, you're either stuck with a decision of, we're going to continue to spend that amount of money that is currently being reimbursed out of general government or some other place, or you're going to close up shop and say, well, there's 350 individuals that are just going to be out in the green spaces and in our trails again. And I don't think either one of those are necessarily the answer that we as a community are really looking for. So the last piece that I will say is that within the Treasury guidance, they do provide a non-exclusive list of eligible expenditures that they have clearly thought local governments or the states, after receiving this money, would try to spend this money on. And again, it's number 4 on this Treasury guidance, and it's expenses of actions to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 public health measures, such as, and I believe it's subsections B, are expenses for care for homeless populations provided to mitigate COVID-19 effects and enable compliance with COVID-19 public health precautions. And again, I go back to the 3-pronged test, and I think we're clearly trying to comply with all of the different COVID-19 public health precautions, but also at the same time really mitigate the public health effects of COVID-19 by providing safe space that is physically distant for all of these individuals. And then I will just add that I do believe that Ms. Vogel, the municipal attorney, late this afternoon emailed every member of the Assembly a memorandum on CARES Act funding to fund AO 2020-66. And essentially, I'll just read it for everyone that can't necessarily see this that's watching online, is the short answer is that such use of CARES Act funds is legally appropriate because it is consistent with the federal statute and in line with official guidance from United States Treasury Department and CDC recommendations. So from our perspective, and again, as I said last week, I think this is relatively clear that both Congress and the Department of Treasury really envisioned that these types of expenses might be something that states and local governments would need to spend this funding on.
Got a couple questions for you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, just really quickly, and then I'll get to my main question. Is there a place that we can put this, perhaps on the Assembly website, so that the public has access to it. I know there were a lot of questions about the legality of using CARES Act funding, and I'd like folks to be able to read through it. The chair is shaking his head yes. Great.
Yes, we can put it on the Assembly website.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then my main question is, here we talk about MLNP a lot, and I think that I'm not sure that the general public is familiar with that sale. I know that there was a vote, but it's been a while. Can you talk about how the 22.5 would be split out? I know it's in the AM, but for folks who didn't see it watching, what MLNP the sale is, where that money's coming from, and what happens if the sale doesn't happen for some reason, and what's the likelihood of that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I will say that I will go into a little bit more detail on the MLNP piece here in a minute. I do have a couple of slides on that, but I think just very quickly through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, I will say that the way that it is split out is $10 million is coming from the unrestricted cash that will be left over once MLNP is officially sold to Chugach. And as a part of the stipulated agreement among all of the parties, that was one of the areas that the municipality committed to spending this money on a community benefit, which was essentially an additional treatment center within the municipality. So the remaining $12.5 million would be used to purchase and renovate the 3 other properties that are described in there. So it would be the Beans Cafe location, the Alaska Club location, and the America's Best Value on Spenard Road. Those would be the 3 properties and how they would be split out. That 12.5 would go towards those 3, and the $10 million would go towards the treatment center, or the Golden Lion purchase.
May I, Mr. Chair? And you'll cover what's the timeline for the MLNP deal and what happens if it doesn't go through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting that the words very clearly are used to defend whether or not we can actually make the case about the CARES Act funding being used appropriately, and I think somebody could probably make just as much of an argument to say that it's questionable enough that you could argue it the other way as well. But my question is in regard to how you reconcile the idea of COVID money actually, for the most part, is temporary, because COVID itself is temporary. I mean, I think we're going to be dealing with this for too long. Maybe even if it were another year, it would still be a temporary thing we're doing. Obviously, providing relief for businesses is temporary. Providing relief for rental assistance and mortgage assistance is temporary. But we're talking about purchasing buildings that will actually be owned by the municipality in perpetuity. So is there an issue with using COVID money for something that is actually a permanent purchase versus the idea of actually just responding to the temporary problems that we have facing COVID impacts? Thank you.
No, through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I'll take a first crack at this, and I think probably Ms. Vogel might want a crack at this as well. But I will say that the document that you saw up there that I just went through is really only kind of the first page of the guidance. It was the very first document that was released by the Treasury Department interpreting the CARES Act and what eligible expenditures were allowed. Since that time, over the last couple of months, I believe we're up to about 15 pages worth of an FAQ that answers a number of additional questions about eligible expenditures. And I believe that, I'm going to get this wrong just because I don't have it right in front of me, but I'll paraphrase it as best as I can, is that there is a question in there about can this money be used to acquire essentially some sort of infrastructure that is more permanent. And they do answer that question and say, yes, provided that it is acquired to deal with the impacts of COVID-19. And I would come back to the very beginning that we believe that this is clearly designed to deal with the impacts of COVID-19 because regardless of when we somehow get to the other side of this, I think you could probably ask a number of the shelters and different providers, will they ever go back to a world in which they provided shelter with people laying right next to each other? And I'd be hard-pressed to find even one that would say absolutely not. The most we would ever do is maybe go back to 3 or 4 feet of distance. But at that point, we're still dealing with the long-term ramifications of COVID. And again, I'd point back to the FAQ that, a long-term purchase is still allowable. So with that, I don't know if I butchered any of it, but I will let Ms. Vogel kind of weigh in as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assembly Member Kennedy. So what I would say is the CARES Act allows us to spend the money if, in the opinion of the officials deciding how to spend the money, it is reasonably necessary. And so one of the issues is, do we need to buy these buildings to provide the non-congregate shelter here in Anchorage? There are communities throughout the United States that have bought hotels for one reason or another in response to COVID-19. So I think one of the most prominent first cases was in Washington State, where a hotel was bought for the purpose of quarantining individuals. Sort of an emergency rapid response to be able to address the situation, and owning the hotel was, in the opinion of those officials, the right move to address that crisis. So similarly here, I think the reason to own is because there's a feeling that this is needed, that we don't have the existing beds, that no one else has stepped up to buy it for us, and that therefore there is that necessity. That's the assessment that the administration is asking you to make in looking at this. And then in terms of what the guidance says about, okay, you've done this thing that you needed to do to address the crisis, and now you've got an asset. Unlike some other forms of federal funding, the CARES Act does not say that you need to, insure into perpetuity what's done with the outcome of that. It says if you still have it after December 30th and you bought it legitimately, it fit within the right criteria at that time, then you can keep it. So that's the part where we say yes. There's lots of different federal buckets of money, and there are lots of communities that are buying hotels in response to this need for non-congregate shelter. And there's, as I said, a number of different reasons why you might want non-congregate shelter. But so that's the assessment. The Treasury documents, and if you look at the federal requirements that I put in this memo, there's really only 3 requirements from the federal government itself, and there's a lot of deference to elected officials. So the 3 requirements are, and I'm sure Jason is going to go more into this later, but necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease, that it was not accounted for in the budget most recently approved, and that it was incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. So essentially, I think the package adds up to, there's a lot of deference to government officials to know their community, know what their community needs in order to respond to COVID-19, and there's some freedom and sort of advanced permission that if that means that we're left with an asset, we get to keep it.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Jason and Kate, thank you both. I don't care who answers this particular question, but then in terms of meeting the necessity requirement, how is a drug treatment center considered a necessity? Thank you.
That's a great question through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, and it is one of the reasons why we are not using CARES Act funding for the purchase of the Golden Lion. We are using the ML&P unrestricted cash. So we have made that distinction because I think we would agree with you that if that's what we were doing, that would be probably a hurdle a little bit harder to make.
What is with the other hotel? Doesn't it have a component to rehab or treatment of some sort too?
Through the chair, no, not that I'm aware of. I do not believe the other hotel has a treatment component within it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Jason, there's some talk that there may be an extension to the deadline for using the CARES Act fund. Is that, I get a sense, it makes sense, so I don't know if it would happen or not.
Yeah, through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, I believe that one of the components, and again, I haven't had a chance to look at it, but with the stimulus package that was introduced today by Senate Republicans, I believe two key components in there were increased flexibility on what were some of the allowable expenditures that could be used for this, to essentially say, I'm just assuming that part of what they're saying is, hey, Treasury Department, you've got this kind of wrong a little bit, so we're going to step in and we're going to clarify the actual intent behind what we meant when we said what expenses were allowed to be paid for by state and local governments. But I also have heard, and I just need to read the legislation to know if an extension was put on to that. But I know that is certainly a conversation that is being had.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I think Ms. Vogel wanted to respond to that last question.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, so one of the nuances about the 3 buildings that we're talking about purchasing with CARES Act funds is that there is some talk about engagement services being offered. And in looking at whether that's an appropriate use of CARES Act funds, I was persuaded by a couple of things. The first is that the notion that you want to be moving homeless individuals into actual, transitional housing out of a shelter system is something that's certainly supported by the CDC guidance. And so saying that as part of your response to trying to alleviate crowding in shelters, you want to actually not just move people into hotel rooms, but also transition people out of the system. Engagement services are therefore part of the necessary response. And one of the persuasive pieces of guidance that I saw on this was from HUD, which operates some separate funding, but in their separate funding under the CARES Act in response to COVID-19, they recommend allocating funding to make more emergency shelters available, but also to provide essential services to people experiencing homelessness, including education services, employment assistance, outpatient health services, legal services, mental health services, substance abuse treatment services, and transportation. The fact that HUD believes that that is an appropriate use of funds in response to COVID-19 helped me understand that it would be reasonable for this government and the leaders here to determine similarly that in addition to just having beds that are separate and day space where people have some more room to spread out, that it's also acceptable to be providing services to those individuals with CARES Act money. Of course, what's in front of you right now is just buying the buildings, but I think it adds up to this package that what is being proposed is a way of responding to our vulnerable population in response to COVID-19.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one, I guess I'm just going to ask Ms. Vogel. You said that you had information from HUD. Can you tell me when that was last updated and when you got that information date-wise?
I don't know when I first got it. I last looked at it today.
Okay. The other, because I know they've recently updated all their information. Then you also hit on, this is also for Ms. Vogel, you also hit on the housing for the homeless and the other places within the country have been using hotels?
Yes.
Are we using hotels to house the homeless right now?
I don't know about today. I know that there have been moments in our early response where I believe at least some hotel rooms were used.
So we're not housing any homeless at the guest house? 50 homeless individuals?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, yes, there are some individuals that are still being housed at the guest house. They are not single individuals. We are using the guest house as the family location. And
do you have a monthly cost on that by any chance?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can track that down.
Okay. And then if we, this is to whoever needs to answer this, if we're going to do the Alaska Club, and currently it's not compatible to be an overnight facility, how we're going to use the CARES funds to renovate it to make it an overnight facility for 2020?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, I don't believe that with the number of renovations that will likely be needed to make it an overnight shelter will lend itself to being operational by the end of this year. But I think going back to one of the questions that you had earlier, which is, can we, if we encumber the funds for a certain project, can it still be used going into next year? And I'll let Ms. Vogel weigh in on this, but I believe, looking at all the guidance, that this would be one of those situations where, as long as we encumbered and entered into a contract to begin the renovations, that is sufficient enough to be able to use CARES Act dollars, even though the work might not be completed by the end of this year.
And then I'm reading on here that under the CARES Act are the...
Actually, Ms. Allard, I'm going to go ahead and let Ms. Vogel add to that one before you go on.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assembly Member Allard. So the requirement about spending the money is it needs to be spent by December 30th, 2020. But in terms of when you need to actually be responding for the individual, what the law says is you need to be responding to the current COVID-19 crisis. So long as we're envisioning that this is still responding to this COVID-19 crisis, if the rooms become available after December 30th, but we've done the spending of this money portion by December 30th, we should be good with respect to the CARES Act funding legality.
Okay. So then I'm going to go back to what you just said, that needs to be spent. Technically, the money doesn't need to be spent. We could reimburse it and put it back to the federal government so that the taxpayers aren't holding the bag for additional funds. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'm actually not understanding your question.
As a federal government, if you do not spend all the money by its deadline, you can return the money, unused amounts, back to the federal government.
Through the chair, absolutely. If we don't spend the money, not only can we return it to the federal government, we must return it to the federal government. This is what is commonly called use it or lose it funding.
Okay, so then, and here what I'm reading is it says expenses for care for homeless populations provided to mitigate COVID-19 effects and enable compliance with COVID-19 public health precautions. So what we're saying is purchasing the buildings as a purchase versus housing until the COVID-19 pandemic is over is something that the administration feels is being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, yes, I do believe that is the case, and I would just go back to, I think, one of my earlier comments, which is that regardless of when we get through the COVID issue, both in the state and around the country, as I said, I don't envision any service provider ever going back to the model that was before, which means that regardless of being able to maybe add some additional capacity back into the current shelters that we have, we are still going to be at a loss relative to what we had prior to COVID. And I think that is where we are coming from, which is to say it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to just pay for people and individuals to essentially rent a hotel for a certain period of time, because at that end of that period of time, there's still going to be no place for those individuals to go.
Follow-up, please.
Last one, and then I'll go to Mr. Constant.
So I have two. So one, we're not.
This will be
being
your
good
last one, Ms. Allard.
I have two. We have two. We're not being good stewards of the funds, and two, we didn't actually have a fiscal plan before COVID-19. You don't need to answer.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. It's been a very interesting walk down the road of the secondary use of the Alaska Club. What's the primary use of the Alaska Club building going to be?
Well, I would say that there are going to be two primary uses of the Alaska Club, and I think I push us back to the different priorities that we have set within Anchored Home and even within the gap analysis, which is to say one primary use is going to be a daytime engagement center for individuals that currently are already in and around the Midtown area, on our streets, in our trails, a place to go during the day. And then the other primary focus will be as an overnight shelter for the Midtown area.
Just a quick follow-up, Jason, Mr. Bockenstead, then, is it your understanding that the day use is not going to be available pretty readily? My understanding is that the day use actually comes online this year.
Certainly, and I think the answer to that is that building is relatively turnkey when it comes to providing a daytime engagement center aspect of it. There are some very minor renovations that might be necessary, but certainly we could get that piece of it turned on this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. So let's we'll kind of get into the different properties now. So we'll start with the Golden Lion, but going back to Assemblymember Quinn Davidson's question, I did want to run through a couple of aspects of the ML&P transaction as it relates to this specific purpose. And just as kind of background.
Apologies, Mr. Bockenstead. I've been reminded we need to do a motion to extend debate.
Move to extend.
Second.
Do we have to do it? All right, we'll do that. So we'll just do an hour, but we'll obviously need more. Any opposition?
My motion was till midnight. Just kidding.
Okay, so then that extends debate until 8:30, roughly. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, I wanted to take a trip down memory lane a little bit and talk about the ML&P transaction. A little over 2 years ago, the voters of Anchorage approved by about 68% the sale of ML&P to Chugach Electric. Between that time and now, a lot of work has gone in to put together a package to submit to the RCA. Many hours were spent from folks both within the municipality and Chugach and many others talking and answering questions before the RCA. And just within the last couple of months, the RCA has conditionally approved the sale. We are diligently working towards finalizing everything that is needed. I will say that one of the pieces of the transaction was Chugach Electric and Matanuska Electric Association had to enter into what is called a power pooling agreement prior to the sale being completed. That has now been submitted to the RCA. They have asked for expedited hearing on that. I believe that we should hopefully hear something here in the relatively near future on this, but otherwise we believe that we are full speed ahead on completing that transaction sometime either at the end of the third quarter or the very beginning of the fourth quarter. So we fully expect the transaction to be fully completed before the end of this year, which I will just mention, and we'll walk through a couple of pieces of this. But essentially what that will result in is roughly $230 million being made available to the municipality to use in one of two ways. One, either pay down existing municipal debt or to deposit into the municipality's trust fund that every year spins off an annual dividend of about 4.25% based on the amount that is in there. But to the specific question of and I would just say that $230 million, those are the only two areas that we can use those funds. So I just want to make very clear that we are not using any of those funds for this potential purchase. And as we'll walk through this, this is subsection E of the stipulated agreement that was submitted by all of the parties to the RCA. And essentially, what it laid out was an Alaska Center for Treatment. As a community benefit, the MOA will spend $15 million to provide an additional treatment center that is anticipated to be constructed on municipality of Anchorage land, owned by the municipality, but operated by a third-party operator to be selected through an open procurement process. And obviously, one of the other aspects of it was everyone agreed that this was a critical void in services in Anchorage and that it has an impact on all of the residents of Anchorage. So where does this $15 million come from? And I think, as we have explained to the Assembly in previous work sessions, once everything is fully completed and transferred over to Chugach Electric, essentially there is some unrestricted cash that is left over at the end of that, and that is where this $15 million is coming from. And I will just point out that as some of the other aspects of this agreement that we are going through was about $36 million would be put into a reserve account that would over the course of, I believe, 3 years, lower the rates of ML&P legacy customers. So within this stipulated agreement, there are a number of aspects that deal with how the unrestricted cash is supposed to be spent within the community. This just happens to be one aspect of it, which is the creation of an additional center for treatment in the municipality. So I think one of the topics that has certainly been discussed a lot is what does the operating costs with some of these facilities look like. And I'm going to run through some of these for all of the facilities, and I will say that, again, as we mentioned last week, the exact dollar amount and the exact type of operating expenses will really be borne out during the RFP process. But we have worked with some of the consultants that help us on these types of things, as well as other folks within AHD and within the municipality, to come up with essentially a draft or a pro forma that kind of runs through some of these. So for the Golden Lion in particular, I've laid out kind of years 1, 2, and 3. And I will say that one of the reasons why we do this on a couple of these is it does take potentially a couple of years for not only Medicaid and other housing voucher expenses to kind of catch up and start reimbursing us for those expenses. So as we go through this, you'll see that there is potentially a higher burden that is on the municipality in the early years than on the later years. But as you can see, based on some of the information that we have gathered, total expenses for a treatment center, and again, I want to be very clear, some of this is very subject to change during the RFP process as different providers submit a proposal and say, hey, we want to do it this way, we want to do it that way, and obviously we're going to be open to those types of conversations. And I will say that one of the other aspects, particularly around the treatment center, that we're going to be very interested is having providers tell us that or show us how they can make this treatment center self-sustaining within a couple of years. So after 3 years, there hopefully will no longer be a need for the municipality to actually provide any ongoing year-to-year funding. But I will say that one of the pieces that we are talking about here at the treatment center is what is called a 3.3 level treatment center. And those, we currently have none of those types of facilities in Anchorage or Alaska, so we do not serve that type of clientele. And one of the reasons why is it is a little bit more expensive. So we are going in, we have understood that part of the responsibility that we have to provide this type of treatment is potentially to say, you know, to make this pencil for the first couple of years and get us to the point where we can be self-sustaining, we're going to help be able to provide this type of treatment. So this is obviously just the expense side, and we'll go and walk through.
Actually, before you go on, I have a few questions. Mr. Dunbar?
Well, that was interesting, actually. He was about to go on to another slide, so perhaps my question relates to that. But when you say total expenses, do you mean total expenses to run the facility minus, for example, the payments we could get from Medicaid, or I guess including what we could get, or is this total expenses to the municipality that we would need to pay?
This is a total expenses, and on the next slide we'll kind of go into where we believe some of the or operating funds would come from.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I can wait till after the next slide, if it's on Golden Lion.
Sure. Ms. Zalato?
Mine deals directly with expenses, so I'll ask it now. I don't see under the expenses there for provider transportation. Could we talk just kind of an amount to add in there for transportation as the neighborhood is, and a lot of folks have expressed that is a tricky corner, and dedicated transportation seems to be a service we should seriously consider.
If I may, through the chair, Assemblymember Zalato, that is absolutely 100% something that we are absolutely interested in trying to figure out. And as I mentioned last week, as part of the RFP, one of the key provisions that we will have in there is what type of transportation service will you be providing. So as I mentioned, this is kind of a rough pro forma that kind of lays out some of the high level costs that we know we will be experiencing or have to pay for, but there are certainly some other ones, such as transportation, that as we go through this process will be added as well.
Thank you. Please continue.
So, again, just looking at years 1, 2, and 3, you can kind of see, we have rental subsidies, AHFC as part of this, as we've discussed. There will be a portion of this that is step-down housing for those individuals that have completed the treatment program, that instead of saying, thank you, you're on your own, there will be some ability for those individuals to stay longer at this facility until they find a more permanent housing location. There is also Medicaid that we are talking about, and again, we say base services there. There has been a lot of changes with Medicaid. I think most folks have probably heard the 1115 waiver that the state of Alaska has received, that we are still trying to figure out what exactly that means. I think a lot of folks are hopeful that that means that more of these services will be reimbursed by Medicaid. So the hope is that ultimately these numbers hopefully go even higher in terms of the actual reimbursement that we would receive. And then the final piece, as you can see, is the amount that either the municipality or ultimately the municipality, but obviously as we'll talk more through this in each of these, we have philanthropic partners that are willing to provide some funding. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be asking the state to be providing some funding, and we've also been successful in receiving some additional federal grants through our health department that are eligible for these types of expenses. So if you look, obviously in year 1, you're at about $1.8 million that the MOA is ultimately responsible for, but by year 3, that number has decreased to about $1.2 million as a result, and hopefully, as I've mentioned, these numbers will be even smaller as we move through years 2, 3, and 4.
I have a few questions for you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So maybe you hit it, because my understanding is that to get Medicaid, you couldn't go over 16 beds. Is that what that waiver deals with? Is that right?
You can't go over 16 beds?
Yeah, and that's why Cluton is 16 and others.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, the IMD waiver, the IMD exclusion that the waiver allows you to is the bar that sets the 16-bed limit, and the waiver allows entities to go beyond that. And so
is that what this 1113?
1115.
1115.
Yeah. So, and there is someone in the audience that might be able to provide some more light on this topic if you wanted to dive deep down into that hole. The baseline is that it does provide for the provision of services beyond the 16, but if you want a deep dive, we have an expert in the room.
That's how far I wanted to dive. The answer is yes, you can go over 16, correct? And if I could, one more, we had a lot of people say that the Midtown congestion relief is going to take all the parking. And what do you think about that?
Through the chair, I might do my first phone a friend and ask Chris Schutte to come up and discuss that particular topic, since he is on the AMATS committee and is more deeply or intimately involved in that project than I am.
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development, and while I do sit on the policy committee, I would not say I'm intimately involved with the Midtown congestion other than reading the very lengthy report. However, this has been an interesting question about that property, and one that has come up repeatedly, and one that we have taken back to DOT and the project team repeatedly as well. And their response has been, absent the portion of the right-of-way that currently is leased by the operator of the hotel, that by and large with the 36th interchange that's planned, there's not a significant taking that's needed. So outside of the portion that is currently DOT right-of-way, there would be very little takings for this property.
Can I follow up briefly? So is there adequate parking for a recovery center?
So without having gone through the Title 21 parking study, I don't have an answer for you tonight, but I can tell you that on a treatment center in code, the parking requirements are significantly less than they would be for, well, even for its current use as a hotel, for example.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Schutte. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just comment that maybe this is yet another reason not to expand the Seward Highway for hundreds of millions of dollars. But anyway, my question was, I see the head of the Mental Health Trust in the audience, Mr. Mike Abbott, and I was wondering if you were going to bring him into this presentation at some point, and to me, logically, this would be the point that he might come in, and perhaps we can get him to commit a couple $1 million to this project. What do you think?
Well, I was not going to bring him into this particular presentation. I know that he was going to be available to answer questions generally about some of this. So if he would like to provide any comment on this project in particular, I would be happy to hear from him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assemblyman Dunbar, it's great to see so many old friends. It's a little odd to be on this side of the room, but it's great to be back. Yes, on behalf of the Mental Health Trust, we are grateful for the municipality's interest in and consideration of any project that would expand substance use treatment opportunities for trust beneficiaries. The municipality has a long history of owning substance abuse treatment operations, or at least the buildings in which they're housed. The Clitheroe facility out in Point Warrenzoff was a municipal building, leased to Salvation Army, I think for $1 a year or thereabouts. And historically, the Muni didn't make any operating contribution to that, did a little bit of building maintenance, very little building maintenance out there. Certainly Assemblyman Constant could speak to the economics of treatment operations, residential treatment operations as well. But I certainly can speak for the trust in that we would expect to be a potential funder of operations such as this anywhere in Alaska, certainly in Anchorage. We typically are not an operational funder for the long term. Our funding is typically either in capital or in 1 to 3 years worth of startup expenditures associated with ramping up. And as Mr. Bockenstad and Assemblyman Constant mentioned, the economics of an operation of the scale that's being contemplated have gotten dramatically better as a result of recent changes in state regulations, the so-called 1115 process that's been referred to, and the opportunity to receive a waiver from the IMD exclusion, allowing for larger than 16-bed facilities to be operated and still be eligible for Medicaid reimbursement for eligible services. That's a huge potential game changer, not just for this operation, but for other operations around Alaska, and we're actively working with other potential operators and project sponsors like the Muni is in this case to get operators to take advantage of this change in state policy as quickly as possible. I'm happy to answer other questions about this or
I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I might. So, Mike, again, thanks for coming and thanks for the work the Trust is doing. We had a number of people testify during the several nights of testimony that there were a number of mental health lands, mental health trust-owned land that would be superior sites for building a facility. And I was wondering if you could comment on that, and then also comment on your view as to whether or not this is an appropriate site from the perspective of the Mental Health Trust, or whether you think there are superior sites around town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assemblyman Dunbar. First, I'll comment on the trust lands. The trust does own several parcels in the municipality of Anchorage that could conceivably be used for functions like this. Typically, trust lands are used to generate income, and then the income from those lands is used to support the sort of grant making that I described earlier. So I'm only aware of one case in the past where services or a facility designed to support our beneficiaries was located on trust land. And that was a parcel that the trust owned in the UMed district that was actually deeded over to the state of Alaska, and it's now where the new API building lives. That, I believe, is the only example of that happening in recent past. Other parcels that the trust owns in Anchorage right now, we've sold several over the years. There's another parcel adjacent to API that is a couple of acres long. I do not believe it is of sufficient size for an operation of the scale of something like the Golden Lion is. The trust owns a couple of significantly sized parcels on either side of Yosemite Drive, just off of Highland Road near Eagle River, and across from Eagle River High School. Those aren't currently planned for that type of use, but they're certainly large enough for that if there was interest in that. But again, those are currently slated for other types of commercial development, or housing in one case and commercial development in the case of another parcel there, that we believe would then generate income that we would then spend on projects like this. There's also a parcel on L Street.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Sure.
No offense to Mike Abbott, but why is he in here testifying? He is not allowed to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. So I do not believe that Mr. Abbott is testifying. He is answering a question posed by an assembly member.
So he was allowed in the building even though the public wasn't, and I couldn't have called any experts in?
So when we get to, after we are done with the presentation and we get to discussion, any assembly member could dial an expert if they so pleased and had questions for them. That is a right that any assembly member has.
And you publicly said no public testimony. Nobody could come in here, but Mike Abbott's allowed to come in here and testify for the administration. I just want to clarify that because the whole public was told they weren't allowed to come in.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Allard. So again, I will reiterate, this is not public testimony. This is a question, but I'll go ahead and go to Mr. Dunbar. Did you get your question answered?
I think there was a second part of the question, though, and that was about, so first of all, I heard that there might be a very attractive place to put a facility in Yosemite Drive and Eagle River. I'll keep that in the back of my mind.
Call out Eagle River again and we're going to have a problem.
This, what? I mean, these are trust-owned pieces of property in Eagle River, Chugiak.
I think you need to worry about your military career.
Let's not have people crossing talk, please. So go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Okay. So this parcel specifically, could you describe as a potential funder of this, whether you believe this is appropriate or not?
Mr. Chairman, Assemblyman Dunbar, the trust hasn't taken a position on the merits of any individual property for any individual function, and that's why we didn't testify during the public hearing, because we didn't have an opinion on the ordinance before you. Certainly, we don't see any reason why a treatment facility and related housing and other pieces that's been described could not be successful at 36 on Old Seward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I think we may have some folks in the queue. Let's just make sure that our questions are related to the presentation, and if we have any other questions for Mr. Abbott, we can do that after the presentation, please. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Jason, can you please you might have slides later. I imagine that you're going to go through each facility and talk about the expenses and then the revenue. So we're going to come with a total for philanthropic, state, or municipal funds per year. Do you have a slide that then shows where you'd plan to get those? Excellent. I'll wait. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this operating budget, particularly as it relates to rental subsidies and Medicaid, do we have a sense, and in my research on level 3.3 and related treatment levels, I didn't get a sense for kind of the patient turnover or length of stay we might be anticipating. Do you have any sense of that?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, I do not, but I don't know if either Nicole Lebo or possibly even Nancy Burke are on the line that might be able to answer that question. I don't know how much of a lag there is, so they might just be hearing me ask this question. We may sit here awkwardly for about 10 seconds.
Jason, this is Nancy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That is part of the question around the level of care and the type, the typical number of days that a person would be in that bed, and that turnover rate all relates to how your Medicaid, the ultimate configuration of your financing comes together. So that would come out in the RFP program, how many people would be going through each of those beds annually.
Thank you. May I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
How did you come to these numbers then? Can you provide some context for Medicaid-based services and rental subsidies?
Through the chair, the numbers that are in that pro forma are the numbers that represent a base clinical support for operating a building of that size and with the number of tenants or participants in the program. And then on top of that billing would be the treatment services. You'll see that that pro forma does not have the treatment services in them because we have to get that through the public process. So this is the core of what would be needed to operate that building. And then on top of that would be a service package, if you will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bockenstead, would you mind going back to the previous slide? Thank you. On the admin cost line, does that include the total cost to the municipality for managing the contracts or managing the facility? For example, if the health department will be taking an active role in this, does that include that cost to the department?
Through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, no, I do not believe that number includes any of the costs that AHD would, the cost that of an employee that would be essentially actively managing this particular contract. This is, I believe, the administrative costs of the actual facility. But again, if Nicole or Nancy are on the line and can specifically answer that question, I would appreciate it.
This is Nancy, and through the chair, that is correct.
Mr. Chair, a quick follow-up?
Sure.
And then also concerning ongoing capital maintenance and whatever schedule each building would require, is that in here somewhere then?
There is going to be a slide later on that we kind of talk about what the initial kind of renovation costs are for each of the facilities as we currently see them. But again, I do believe that actually including some amount every single year for kind of annual maintenance is just kind of good business, and I think we typically do that for most of the facilities that we own anyways.
Okay, thank you. On both the maintenance and capital side for that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate period in your presentation, but I'm curious about. There's a great deal of testimony about what this will look like and feel like in terms of the neighborhood, and you mentioned that you're planning on having 3.3 level, and I've been looking at that very intensive 24-hour medical people, and so I guess my question, and I don't know if there's somebody in the audience or somebody on the phone that can speak to this, but I'm curious of the in and out, people coming in and out, people being around the area, if this is what that experience is going to be like in this type of facility. It appears to be a very sort of medical kind of facility, and I'm wondering if you can give us a sense, or if you're going to give us a sense at a different point of what the surrounding people can expect in terms of people moving in and out of this facility, and are there going to be, what is the sort of interaction with the surrounding communities in other treatment centers like this across the country?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez Verdilla, I will take a crack at it, and I do know that Nicole Lebo is on the phone now, so I think she might be the best one to answer this. But my understanding of a 3.3 level facility is that it doesn't have nearly as much as I guess the coming and going, as you referred to it, as some other facilities, because I think, as you mentioned, this is probably a little bit more intense treatment. So, but I think as some of the amendments that I know some members are going to have on this particular topic is that one of the requirements of this facility would be able to provide some sort of secure egress so that there is a lot less potential coming and going. But I will let Ms. Lebo potentially answer in a little bit more detail.
Hi, thank you. This is Nicole. So I'll try and answer the question the best that I can. I can say that, there are going to be protocols put in place by the provider for the comings and goings of people, and the goings and the leaving of the facility is not as likely as you might see if it wasn't a 24-hour staying there. You have people who are going to be staying there in the evening, and then during the day they're going to be engaged in a lot of activity with their counseling, with their treatment plans. The going might come from transportation that would be provided. We've been talking about that over time. They might have to partner with another agency where there would be some recreational activities, since there's not space dedicated to it on that one location. But it is not going to be the type of experience that people, if they are overlaying the experience that they have when driving down 3rd Avenue, that is not what we're going to be experiencing in this situation. So I'm sure there are some more details, Nancy, that you can provide if you'd like to, but that's what I have for you at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just encourage those that are listening and members to read. There's some really good information online in terms of what this facility actually would involve at that level. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. Back to Mike Abbott. We heard a number of people say that there's a whole bunch of mental health trust lands, and your testimony says, well, not really that much. And someone said there was 12 acres at Northern Lights and Brigade that would just be perfect. What you got?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weddleton, yeah, I wasn't quite finished listing the potential. There is a little more than 10 acres of undeveloped land at the corner of Northern Lights and Brigade, kind of across the street from East High. That's where my offices are, and it is zoned PLI. It could be used for that. There's a master planning effort underway right now. Part of that will look at the potential for services to be delivered on it, although at this point, my expectation is that the higher and better use for the trust will be to use that land to generate income, which would then be used for granting for this or similar service types serving our beneficiaries. But examining the possibility of directly serving beneficiaries on that land is a possibility. And it should be resolved within the next 6 to 12 months as that master planning process concludes. Elsewhere on the campus, I call it the campus, it's a large parcel of more than 150 acres, I believe, total, most of which is already leased to existing entities and were leased prior to the trust actually taking ownership of the land. That's the land where Assets is, where the ARC is, Salvation Army is there, as well as Catholic Social Services, and then the trust's own operation. The only parcel we don't own on that sort of larger campus is the parcel the school district owns for the Whaley School. And then I also didn't mention that there's also several parcels in Girdwood, if I want to be complete about the acreage in the municipality. Although that's of marginal developable, it has a variety of wetlands and stream issues that likely preclude this type of development down there.
Great, thank you. Unless there's more, is there?
Thank you.
More property
So
that would work, or is that?
I'm going to go to Mr. Constant, then Mr. Dunbar, then we're going to take a break. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a little clarification for Mr. Presverdia's comment about the level of services there. The ASAM patient placement criteria, which are the Association of, I can't even think of it, of addiction medicine.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
They have level 4 and level 3.7 are medical levels of care. And below that, levels 3.5 to level 3.1 are clinical levels of care. And the substantial difference there is that you have a psychologist and a medical professional that are off-site, may come on and do services at that 3.1, 3.3, 3.5, but it's not actually a medical facility at its core. It's more of a intensive residential program as opposed to an inpatient program. And so there's a slight difference there for the public to understand.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the point I was getting at with those questions, initial question to Mr. Abbott, and I'm hoping, I don't know if it's at this part or perhaps later in the presentation, Mr. Brockenstadt, but, whether it's a parcel in my district, like that campus, or a parcel in Eagle River, like Yosemite Drive, that's owned by them, we have received a lot of public testimony over the course of those nights saying we should go build on one of those parcels. But what does it cost to build new versus to purchase and renovate? I think that's one of the key questions that hasn't really been discussed. And so, again, I don't know, again, maybe it's later in the presentation, but if it's not, could you describe the difference in cost between building new versus renovating existing hotel?
Absolutely, and through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I will give you kind of the best answer that I think we have at this point, which is, as a lot of people probably knew and we've talked about in the past, one of the other locations that we have looked at for a number of years for this is out by the airport and the Clitheroe Center that is out there. And we have spent a lot of time kind of looking at that and the issues that are presented there. And I will say that I believe based on what we have done so far in terms of getting information is building a new facility out there is significantly more than $15 million, to say nothing of the fact that there are additional issues that we still need to work out with the state and the airport, and additional costs to bring the roads or utilities up to standard for a facility of the size and scope that we would potentially look to build. So it looks, just based on that, it is significantly cheaper to purchase the Golden Lion and renovate it than it would be to actually build a brand new facility. I would assume pretty much anywhere, but the one example that I do have is the Clitheroe site out on the other side of the airport.
Thank you, Mr. Brockenstadt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and take our 20-minute break. Yes, thank you. The clerk reminds me that we need another motion to extend debate.
Move to extend until midnight.
Second.
All right.
Not saying we got to use it all.
We don't know. Any opposition? Yeah, he said midnight for real. Okay, then we are extended to midnight for debate, and let's hope we don't use it all. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Bockenstad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just run through this last slide. And one point that I want to make about this in terms of what the amount is that the MOA or other philanthropic partners might be or might be responsible for when it comes to any of these facilities is one of the aspects of the RFP that we intend to have on there is some sort of point system where those respondents that propose operating a facility like this that cost the municipality the least amount of potential subsidy will receive extra points through this process. So while we are certainly presenting what we believe is kind of a worst case scenario, our hope is that as we go through this process that we actually get respondents in that actually see this number come down significantly. So the America's Best Value Inn and Suites, again, we'll
Actually, before you go on, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sorry about that, Mr. Bockenstad. Can you speak to, and tell me if there's another time that's more appropriate, but in general, whether treatment centers should be located near to city centers or other services? It seems that, there are a lot of folks said that none of these should be closer to town, but we did get some feedback specifically about a treatment center where being in an isolated place where you're not needing to interact with the city around you could make sense. Can you speak to that?
Sure, absolutely. Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson. I'm certainly not an expert in treatment centers, but I will say that everyone I have spoken to has kind of made the same kind of point that you just made, which is part of what you are trying to do by going through a treatment program is deal with or handle some of the underlying issues that you were dealing with, and once you get done, or even while you're still in the program, it is much easier as part of the program to kind of be close to some of the other services that they, as part of the program, are starting to reacclimate you into. So maybe it's as simple as going to the grocery store for the first time again, or going and riding on a bus. And, we don't have that ability when it's further out and not necessarily close to a transit location or near some other services that the individual might need to take advantage of. And I will say, I think we have shared this, and it's just not included in one of the slides, but we do have 7 other residential inpatient treatment centers within the municipality that are all kind of in and around kind of the Anchorage Bowl area that I would consider in the city and aren't necessarily off in the middle of nowhere. So we certainly already have that experience with the treatment centers that we provide already.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up? And so someone said earlier, maybe it was Ms. Lebo, I can't remember now, that there wouldn't be a lot of coming and going for folks who were worried about that. Then would people start coming and going at the end of the services? Or those two ideas seem inconsistent to me? And if we need to get Ms. Lebo or someone else, I can ask the question to them as well.
Yeah, she might be a better person. I don't know if she is still on, but I think certainly, as individuals are nearing the end of their treatment program or have completed the treatment program and are kind of in the step-down housing, those individuals might be, leaving the facility a little bit more often than others, but I wouldn't imagine that it is of any larger kind of coming and going as you would probably see as the facility currently operates. There's a lot of folks that go in and out of the facility that are staying at the hotel, and I certainly would hope that, at the end of a treatment program that, having those people kind of go and, start trying to find a job, start trying to find a more permanent housing location, that we would encourage that kind of leaving of the facility and potentially coming back. But that would be the extent of the coming and going that I would anticipate at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I think we need to try to stay with this point just for a minute longer, and I wonder if, and I appreciate the attempt at trying to answer the questions, but what I don't think I have a clear sense of is what can we expect? And I guess that it seems to me that there are other facilities like this in other places in the country, and I was asking questions earlier about, so does someone just walk up? Do they just walk up and say, hey, can I get a room? I'm wondering if there's a way that we can just get a little bit more information about how people are processed in, what kind of sort of impact on the surrounding community do treatment centers like this typically have? And so that's what I'm trying to get a sense of, because there was a huge amount of concern around that there would be homeless shelters, homeless camps because of this. There would be increased crime because of this. There would be, all of these negative impacts to the community. There would be people who are addicts that would be wandering through the neighborhood. And so I'm trying to get a sense of, from somebody, and maybe it's you, Jason, and maybe it's not, that can speak to this particular type of center, and maybe the difference between, this isn't a drop-in, this isn't where someone comes and gets their methadone and then wanders out into the surrounding area. So I'm just hoping to get a little bit more clarity on that so that we can have a clear sense, to the degree we can, of what the surrounding neighborhood can expect in terms of people who are going through treatment in this center and what kind of involvement in the surrounding community they will have. So and I got some from Miss Lebo, but it sounded like she was still not completely sure as well. So is there someone that we can just call a friend on this to get more information? I don't know if Mr. Abbott has experience with these centers and can speak to it. I just would like to get more, definitive information about what is typical in these type of scenarios.
I believe that we have both Nancy first, and then Nicole will potentially provide a follow-up, and then obviously if Mr. Abbott would like to add anything on at the end, he'd be welcome to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Nancy. These buildings are located not just in Anchorage. There are several within the Midtown areas that operate residential treatment programs, and that the process for people coming in is it's a referral process. You are either driven there or transported from the location where you're being referred from, and then you remain in the location for, some programs are shorter, like 90 days, and some extend out to 6 months or longer. And so the look and feel of the property is very little activity outside of the location. In Juneau, there's a function like this near their hospital. There's Fairbanks properties. And each of these properties, when you approach them, are very quiet, and there's no one gathering around them. So the fear that there would be people waiting outside to engage the people who are in services is extremely minimal, because they would be partaking in group activities. They would be coming and going together on, hopefully we'll get the transport issue worked out. And anyone who enters the building, if you've ever visited Clitheroe at the treatment center, you have to sign in, you have to state your purpose, you have to know the person, and you have to verify your identity. So there's no risk of someone floating in trying to engage people who are in the treatment services. I guess I'll just also say that the other things that happen is as soon as you come in, you do an intake, you develop a treatment plan, you work with your provider on the kinds of activities and the kinds of treatment that are needed to help you get back on your feet, recover and heal. And then at the tail end of things, there will be vocational support. There will be people who would be, we want to see people going out into the community using the bus so that they can have all of the skills they need to succeed once they're done with the program. But those 36 units are the only units in the project where we would see that kind of activity. So it will have very few people coming and going, and they would potentially be coming and going as their work schedules require them to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia, you ask a question that's pretty hard to answer because every program does it differently. And so where I work, for example, we don't have anyone that drops in ever at a treatment center. We have 2 in town. Instead, if you're trying to get into the program, you would come to our main office where we have an assessment center, and you would walk in and you would get screened there, and that's where the determination would be made. You're a right fit for here or there. And then a date would be set, and there would be a warm handoff to get you inside the door. And no one ever comes to the door that isn't invited in, because under 42 CFR, the federal code, and under HIPAA, you can't even acknowledge that a person is within the building if the person who is outside the door isn't acknowledged on a signed piece of paper inside the building. And so the levels of protection at going to ensure that the people who are coming and going from the facility where treatment is happening in this community, in this country, are very high. But the answer to your question is nearly impossible to answer. You could do a survey of each provider in the community, and they would all give you a different answer. But what you don't see in this town is people picketing treatment centers, because treatment centers, as you heard from the testimony, tend to be really good neighbors because they have a vested interest in making sure that the environment that they're working on is therapeutic and safe. And the other question then becomes, what about those other facilities, which is before us now? Those are more interesting from the context of interactions with neighbors.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to get into the America's Best Value Inn and Suites, and obviously what we have talked about there is this is a transitional housing and permanent supportive housing location. And again, looking at kind of the pro forma that we have developed years 1, 2, and 3, you can kind of see again all of the different building operational expenses that are there, and then the program expenses from food to life skills, case management, things like that. And again, as you look at the total expenses, there's the next slide that will kind of get into the different areas where, again, we expect to have some amount of reimbursement from different sources. So as we look at that, again, a bigger one or bigger piece of this pie than of the treatment center is the housing vouchers for the transitional and permanent supportive housing. And as you can see from years 1 to years 3, that ramps up pretty significantly. And then there is, again, some potential Medicaid support and have billable, there are billable activities there. But again, the estimates are not based on the 1115 waiver billing amounts. So that is something that will obviously change as we kind of go through this process with the RFP and actually discuss with the provider. And again, looking at kind of the total amount of philanthropic or state or municipal funds required to run this facility, the number goes down significantly from years 1 to year 3 as some of these other areas ramp up. And then moving over to the former Alaska Club and Beans Cafe, I'm going to take these together, but we can certainly break them out a little bit. But again, kind of looking at the basic pro forma, the top piece are building expenses, and kind of the middle piece is the actual overnight shelter aspect of it, but there are some at the Alaska Club in particular, some kind of core on-site services that are mixed into that total. But then on the bottom, as you look down to the engagement program, the 2 engagement centers, the one at the Alaska Club and the one at the Beans campus, we're estimating at about $500,000 a piece. That's consistent kind of with the previous amendments that we considered, or I guess the body considered during the budget process last year, for a total to both have an overnight shelter and two engagement centers of about $3.5 million for that. And I think the one big difference here, and again, we will certainly explore this as we go forward, but there's certainly some interest and possibility that the 1115 Medicaid waiver that we're talking about is potentially an avenue to get reimbursed for some of the associated costs at these facilities. But I do not believe at this time that any provider here in Anchorage has actually gone through that process. So maybe one, Assemblymember Constant is looking at me. But we will certainly explore that and do everything that we can to have expenses obviously paid for by different sources. But for the most part, this one is going to be on some sort of philanthropic or municipality contract that we have. And as we kind of talk about it here in a few minutes, we'll get into kind of the other revenue sources, but this is obviously one where the Rasmussen Foundation has already made a commitment to fund the day engagement centers at the very least for the first couple of years with their commitment. So
I have a few questions. Mr. Constant? I just was going to reiterate that Lisa Aquino from Brother Francis Shelter in her testimony before us said that Brother Francis Shelter is in the waiver pilot program to create a billable program. And so the program is developed, it's in a pilot, and it will be on the ground here very soon. It's allowable under the regs.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this one of the places that we can use ESG, emergency services grant funds, like currently fund other shelter operations and through some of our partners?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zolotow, yes, absolutely. This is one of the allowable uses for that ESG funding.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bockenstead, would you talk a little bit more about the Beans Cafe piece? And it's my understanding we would be just buying the facility there since the MOA owns the land. I know it came up a few times from the public that, does Beans even want to sell the facility and what are the plans? Could you go ahead and address that?
Absolutely, and I believe that Robin Ward is on the phone, has had more conversations around that and more up-to-date conversations than I have. So if Robin is on the phone, I may ask if she can jump in and answer that question for me.
Can everyone hear me? This is Robin Ward. I'm the real estate director for the municipalities. Yes. I have had a recent, quite a few conversations with the Beans Cafe director, Lisa Souter, over the years. And it's been their wish someday to be able to maybe enlarge and relocate their feed preparation and distribution system to the homeless population to a different area. You are correct. The land is owned by the municipality. It's on a very long-term lease, but they own the actual building itself. And it would be our intent, if they are willing to sell, and they have not determined that yet. They are having a strategic board meeting over the next few weeks to determine whether or not they are willing to sell, but they haven't expressed at least an interest in doing so. That we would turn that into an engagement center with a resource hub, so that the clients that are staying at Brother Francis Shelter have a day shelter and resource hub right on the campus.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if you could go back a slide, I want to just take these one at a time to the America's Best slide. I had the opportunity to travel to Houston with a group of people to look at both their large homeless shelter and day shelter, as well as a transitional housing center. And my question here is, and you've addressed some of these things, but can you talk a little bit about who would live here? Is this single people? Are these families? So who is it? Who are the clients that this is going to serve? How will they be processed into this? How long will they live there? And again, based on other models that we've seen, what can the surrounding community expect in terms of how this center, knowing that it'll be different depending on the center, but what can folks expect in terms of how this will change the surrounding community?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, the individuals that are envisioned to live at this facility are adult singles or couples, and I think it will depend on the length of stay. Obviously, as we've talked about, there is the potential, since they are two separate buildings at this location, that one of the buildings could be used as somewhat of a permanent supportive housing. So individuals could stay there for a longer period of time than what we would probably envision the transitional housing side of it being, which is potentially for significantly less time. I will say that in particular, in terms of some of the other facilities and how you would maybe interact with this facility, is my hope is that it would be integrated very easily into the community. In particular, on this road in particular, there is the Clare House that is just down the street, that is a similarly situated location. As I mentioned, I live in the downtown area around 10th and Denali. I have another facility that is about a block from my house that, to be honest with you, I would have never have known that it was an actual facility like this, because it is so well run, but it does obviously house homeless individuals on a more long-term basis. So the hope is that when we put out the RFP, we and we find a very good provider that will come in and really integrate this facility into the community, and hopefully see very little impact, as we have seen from some other facilities that have been very well run. But with that, I will ask if Nancy potentially has any additional comments to add to that.
Through the chair, I think the other half of Cameron's question is, how will we find who lives here? And that is part of the piece that we will be working with the coalition on, a coordinated process that would help us figure out, as we exit the Sullivan, who would go to housing program, who would go to different locations. Some of that depends on the person's ability to pay, or openings in programs that we might leverage so that this project is more sustainable. And so some of that we don't completely know yet. We're working on that piece.
Thank you. I would just add that the facilities similar to this that I've seen have had, the successful ones have had very sort of strong cultures in them, cultures of, where they're bringing people in and they have strict rules and they have, a lot of things that make them a place that people want to be. And I would hope that whatever provider we bring in creates that sort of healthy living environment. And then, Mr. Chair, I want to go to the next slide, if that's all right. I just have one more question for the next slide, and that is the former Alaska Club. I mentioned this trip to Houston that I took, and there's a large homeless shelter there called the Beacon, and we walked up on it. It's in a neighborhood, and we walked right up and didn't even know we were anywhere near a homeless shelter until we walked into it because of how well it was integrated into the neighborhood. And I'm curious about this particular location and your vision of how to secure it. Is there going to be fencing? Is there going to be a lawn out front? What is the vision so that it isn't a large parking lot and a concrete slab? So that is it going to be something that is obviously a homeless shelter where I drive by like I do Brother Francis Shelter and obviously this is a homeless shelter, or is there a vision to make this something a little more subtle in terms of how it's set up? I guess I'm curious if there's a vision for how it looks and how it's going to integrate into that particular part of the community.
I will let Nancy kind of take the first crack at it, and then I will add on to it once she has answered.
Through the chair, this is something that we've been working on and trying to learn from Houston and other communities how we can design and use resources to ensure that there is not the location does not become a draw for people in the community. And down at the Sullivan Arena, in fact, we've been practicing some of what we think will become a good neighbor policy. And so trying to have people available to respond to neighbors when there's a problem. If you recall the concerns when the Housing First program went in down at 5th and Carluck, that was something that the operator there, Rural Cap, did, is they walked around the neighborhood, they met all their neighbors, and they addressed problems together. And in fact, Rural Cap addressed some problems that weren't related to their facility, but they knew how to address those problems. And so it became a mutually beneficial agreement, and that's what we want for this location. In terms of the fencing and the front, I think that's part of the work that we also need to figure out is how can we visually make this fit into the neighborhood and have it be a net asset.
And I would, through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Revilla, I think Nancy answered that mostly, and I would just add that I don't know if this is a universally held belief, but I think that over the last couple of months, as a result of some of the work that we have been able to do to kind of decompress the Brother Francis and Beans area and put it at a more manageable number, at least from the folks that I talked to and have seen commenting on it, that area has never been better, or at least not in many years. So I think part of the solution, or at least what we have talked about, is having fewer individuals in any one location, but also providing, as Nancy said, potentially a good neighbor policy and some other I guess, visually appealing aspects of the building so that it doesn't look, like a homeless shelter. I think we can do all of that through kind of the renovation process and actually make it feel as it's a part of the community.
Thanks. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of on this track of the numbers and looking at how many people will be in these facilities. And I apologize if that's really on your slides, Jason. I'm watching this from the live stream screen, so you don't get a very clear picture of it. But my understanding is that most of the facilities that exist now, some of these more permanent housing facilities and even treatment centers, have pretty small populations. I mean, I'm hearing anywhere from 8 to 12 to maybe 20, 24 people. And it looks like with the facilities that we're looking at, the 2 hotels, they're going to be able to hold maybe 4 times that many. So we really don't have anything to compare such a large-scale operation to that exists otherwise in the community. And so that would be my first question, is that true? And then the second thing, something that you, Jason, that you said just a little bit ago, was the idea of having smaller populations so that you don't kind of overrun a neighborhood in a community. And my impression is that the 2 hotels are going to absolutely hold pretty large populations within those neighborhoods. So why would we be buying such large facilities if we're trying to actually keep those the membership in those facilities relatively small? So I hope I asked the question correctly, but again, just to start off with, what kind of numbers are we looking at in these facilities to begin with? And then does that really reconcile with the idea of trying to have smaller facilities that maybe don't have quite as much of a large population in it, so as not to impact a neighborhood? Thanks.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I think what we are looking at with the Alaska Club in particular is somewhere in the neighborhood of as few as 100 to as many as 150 potentially in the overnight shelter piece. Some of that is going to be determined during the kind of the renovation process and how much space is able to be created through that process. So I would say that is significantly fewer than we have ever experienced in the Beans and Brother Francis campus. With regards to the America's Best Value Inns and Suite, depending on kind of the layout and if there are couples that are staying there, there are likely to potentially be up to 160 individuals staying at this facility. But again, there's I would distinguish it from an actual shelter as and say, this is transitional housing, but also a significant portion of it will be permanent supportive housing. So I think there is a big difference between the number of individuals that we would think about in terms of a shelter versus what would actually be there. And then I know Nancy has some actual examples of different projects and what the sizes are of some of those.
Through the chair, as Jason said, the number that Brother Francis was previously was 240. And so the idea of having congregate locations that have significant changes of allowing people to stay in those locations all day and then sleep at night allows for a reduction of a lot of people exiting at one time, and it provides engagement and programming for people in the facility. So that's a change that I think is worth highlighting. The other question around housing programs is they tend to be, housing programs are just apartment buildings, and so there's apartment buildings of all sizes around the community, but ones that have supportive services in them, particularly permanent supported housing, tend to run in Anchorage between 40 and 55 or so. Other parts of the state, such as is now going to have 60 units in one location. And outside of Alaska, these projects range between 75 and 100 in order to create economies of scale for the services that are on site. There is a large assisted living home that's in apartment-style units in Spenard that is 75 units, and that's a higher level of care than permanent supported housing. So those are just some examples of different sizes.
Thank you. And then just for clarification, Mr. Chair, so we really are talking about larger facilities than we've seen before. Is that true?
Nancy, did you want to take that?
Oh, I'm sorry. For congregate shelter, this would be a reduction of size of facilities that we are looking at. For the Golden Lion, a treatment facility, at one point, the program that we've been looking at replacing out near the airport had 60 units, and this has 83, so it's something of an increase. And then the America's Best Value Inn is 100. That is larger than some other housing programs, but typical of what apartment buildings are.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was getting at with the hotels themselves. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I think, Jason, I'm hoping you can just answer this. So we're going to have folks in these facilities. My question is, they're going to be in neighborhoods, they're going to be next to schools. So who's going to monitor if they're allowed to be in those neighborhoods and schools if they have a criminal record that would prohibit them from being around children within certain feet or schools? How are we going to monitor that?
Well, actually, Nancy probably has a better answer on that one in particular.
Through the chair, the plan for this project is to ultimately utilize rental subsidies that would be HUD funds flowing through Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, and those funds limit. They do not allow individuals who have sex offender records or violent criminal histories. And so the financing of the project brings out some individuals right from the start. And then the staffing on site would be monitoring and screening for potential conflicts such as that as people are accepted into the program.
Can I do a follow-up? Thank you, Nancy. So you're saying that we have something in place. We have professionals and that can access, if somebody walks up that day and says, hey, I need a place to stay, you on the spot can determine whether these persons have a criminal record or not and would prohibit them perhaps from being near schools. You guys can do that on the spot?
Through the chair, yes, thank you for asking that follow-up because the intent of this project would not be meeting the needs of persons walking up. They would need to be referred to this location. The congregate shelter locations would be open for walk-ups or new people to us, but the Spenard location would be by referral, and there would be a process for screening and applying. Additionally, there's security built into that pro forma as well as front desk staff that monitor the door and the driveway in, and on-site support staff who float through the halls and monitor the grounds.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the population looks like right now and that the amount that would be excluded from this? And are you saying that other facilities, we don't have anything in place for, let's say, the Alaska Club, for example?
If I'm understanding the question, is there a way to screen or to refer individuals who come to the open shelter location?
Correct.
And that would be, there is not a way to screen newcomers to it initially. However, everyone is on a list and gets reviewed by the navigation team. Like, for instance, down at Sullivan, the navigation team monitors who's coming in, and that's one of the reasons why there's a more robust security resource at the Alaska Club and now at Brother Francis.
You also said excludes some individuals from the start. What does that population look like now that would be excluded, if you know?
Through the chair, the rental vouchers, funding that HUD sends to the state and flows through Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, excludes individuals who are sex offenders and those with violent criminal histories.
Do we have a number on that currently?
Through the chair, I do not. We could get that for you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nancy, I was thinking when you were answering Ms. Kennedy's question about the facility in Northeast Anchorage on Muldoon called it's Rural Cap, Safe Harbor, and Muldoon Garden, and it's 2 linked buildings now. And it's an interesting project because I have not, in my 4.5 years, even when I was door knocking through that neighborhood, received really any complaints about it. For whatever reason, it's very well integrated into the neighborhood. But it's also quite large, and I believe it has transitional and permanent supportive housing there. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about how or if that program or that large building compares to the proposed building in Spenard.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I know that the housing side of that project is 23, and I'm racking my brain for how many units are in the hotel section, but it is comparable to the Spenard location. I'll be happy to get the exact numbers to you.
That's fine. I believe it was 80, I want to say. Maybe it was 60. It's been a number of years since I've been in there, and unfortunately it's a failing on my part. I've meant to try to host a tour with my colleagues to see that facility at some point. I really recommend people go out there and look because they have done a good job of both improving the property and being good neighbors. And, by the way, they're about 100 yards from a Brown Jug liquor store. And I get a lot more complaints about the Brown Jug than I do about that facility where people, many of them families, live in supportive housing units. Thank you, Ms. Burke. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. For whoever knows the answer, are any of these facilities near a school? And if someone's a sex offender, what's the distance requirement they're supposed to keep? Do I need to call on someone specifically?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, I would have to look. I don't think that there is a school relatively near any of the facilities that we have been talking about, either the Alaska Club or the America's Best Value Inn, but I would have to look at a map and see. I will say that the facility that I have referenced is directly across the street from a school, and as I think everyone has mentioned that has seen these facilities operate, I've never once had a problem with that facility at all.
Thanks. Yeah, I walk the neighborhoods around these, and I don't remember any school nearby at all. So, thanks.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So we're going to kind of get into the numbers a little bit on the operating needs. We'll start there first and kind of just add up where we've been. So obviously the Golden Lion, the treatment center, and basically what I'm doing here is just looking at the year one numbers that we kind of talked about, just so everyone kind of gets a sense of what we believe is the worst case scenario in terms of the actual commitment from the municipality. And obviously with the Golden Lion, it's about 1.8. The America's Best Value, it's about 1.9. And then, as I mentioned, the Alaska Club and Day Engagement Centers is about 3.5. And that brings us to a total of about 7.2 for a full year to operate these facilities. kind of in the worst case, not getting all of the different Medicaid and housing voucher pieces that we possibly could as well. So how does that look like on the funding option side? And we'll run through kind of the different funding options that we have already heard about, and I'll have a couple of extra ones that I will include at the end. But the first one, I think, as everyone is very well aware of at this point, is the philanthropic contribution from Rasmussen. They have committed that they would provide $3.5 million over the next 2 years or so to fund these operations of some of these facilities. The next two that I'm going to talk about are directly tied to the CARES Act as well. The first is the Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG grant. As part of the CARES Act, we have received almost $2.8 million in this program that can be used specifically for these types of facilities, and I mean more on the day engagement and the overnight shelter piece of it. And the Emergency Solutions Grant, if I believe I'm correct, that this one also has a multi-year time limit. It's not constrained by the other aspects of the CARES Act that has to be spent by December 30th. This one actually has a multiple year ability to be spent. And then again, we have received additional about $1.7 million in community development block grants. That again has kind of a multi-year time horizon to be able to spend them, but this was also a direct increase as a result of the CARES Act. And I will say that as we talked about earlier in terms of kind of the Phase 4 stimulus package, there has been a lot of talk about additional funding kind of coming through these programs again. So depending on what that final package looks like, there is the potential that we actually see an increase in the amount of money in these two particular programs over the next couple of years as well. Obviously, the one that I think a lot of people have talked about is the alcohol tax, and I just have kind of a $3.5 million number there that we've kind of talked about and said that that's how much maybe we should contribute to funding these types of operations. The other one that is already included in the budget that we've also talked about that is at this point recurring in our budget is the budget appropriation for additional shelter capacity. The $735,000 number is only a May 1st through the end of December number. So if we were to include this as a full year number, I believe that it comes out to almost 1.1 million that would be included in the underlying operating budget for a full year's worth of appropriation on this one in particular. I think as we talked about a little bit earlier, there is going to be a significant deposit into the MOA Trust Fund as a result of the closing of the MLMP transaction, and that will obviously spin off a significant amount of new revenue for the municipality. So that is obviously and certainly an available source. I also have other philanthropic contributions. I think as Mr. Abbott discussed earlier, the Mental Health Trust, once we get to the point where we have an actual operator and an actual facility, we will certainly reach out to the trust and have conversations with them about potentially helping on defraying some of the operating costs for the first couple of years. And obviously, as he's testified, they're willing to have that conversation with us. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, the State of Alaska contribution. Over the last number of years, we have seen the size and the share of the municipal budget that was funded by the state government shrink to almost non-existent numbers at this point. I actually, with the vetoing of community dividend that we typically receive that has gone from about $25 million about 15 years ago. I believe this year it was completely vetoed and we were receiving zero there. I can't actually think of too much additional revenue that we have received from the state. So again, I'll go back to one of my earlier comments is that very excited that Representative Tuck showed up and testified and said he is willing to try to move the needle and help the municipality get some money for funding of these facilities, and we will certainly be including that in our legislative program and be moving that in January when the legislature reconvenes down in Juneau. So when you look at just the numbers that we have, it comes to about $12.5 million almost of available funding in 1 year. And like I said, none of this necessarily needs to be spent, at least the first 3, in the first year. We can spread it out over a couple of different years so that our actual municipal contribution is a little bit lower in some of those early years, and as the actual municipal contribution, as you've seen in some of the facilities, lessens over time, we're actually not really increasing the amount of contribution that we have even over time. So that's kind of where we are with the different funding options. Are there any questions?
Yes, there are. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Jason. Specific to the ESG and CDBG funding, was that new funding I think you suggested not going to be funds we have to cut from other providers that are currently receiving those funds?
That is correct. Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, this is additional funding that we have received from the CARES Act.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sort of a quick series of questions and comments. I think this chart is a little bit difficult, I think, for the public to interpret because some of these are one-time funds and some of these are perhaps ongoing funds. So when Dr. Mansager mentioned the $3.5 million, I think that was a one-time over 3 years. So it's, probably closer to 1 point something per year. Although you're right, perhaps we could front load it. Versus the alcohol tax, which is, if 3.5 is what we settle on, that is continuous year to year, right? I guess one of my questions is, how is the public going to access your PowerPoint? Because I do want to make sure that everyone sees this and it's prominently displayed in maybe a few places. So could you answer that first?
Sure. Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I believe as soon as we are done with this, I can share it with the clerk's office and we can get it posted to the website.
Great. So 12:05 a.m. The other thing is why isn't Medicaid and the rental revenues you described earlier on this chart as well? Because if we're looking at the total revenue sources, then at some point Medicaid is also a revenue source, and the rental income is also a revenue source, right? And then I have one other quick question after you answer that one.
Sure. Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I think what I tried to do here was show in the previous slide on the kind of outstanding amount was what we might ultimately be responsible for minus Medicaid and other housing vouchers. I can certainly update the slide to kind of include the total cost of the operating side, and then update this slide to include both Medicaid and housing vouchers and potentially other funding sources. So it is a little bit more clear. I'm happy to update it that way.
I think either way is fine. You just have to be clear. Either this is sort of the net cost we need to cover and the funds for that, or it's total, in which case you include the other things. My last question, and I apologize I didn't answer this earlier, is, and this is something I've been thinking a bit about, the Golden Lion facility, the drug treatment facility or alcohol treatment facility, they will take Medicaid. Could you use private insurance there? And if so, was that included in the slide and I just missed it?
Through the chair, I do believe that private insurance is allowable for, if the individual has private insurance, and I think to a certain extent, I don't believe that it was included in there because we just don't know what that a total number might look like with private insurance, but that will certainly be something that I think comes out during the RFP process, and once a provider actually sits down and gives us kind of that detailed information on what they expect from their experience in terms of billing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you. This gets us back to a conversation that we were having a few minutes ago about registered sex offenders and how close they can be to schools. And a couple of Assembly members have asked me questions about what the state of Alaska law is on that. The answer is we don't have a state law with a uniform requirement for registered sex offenders. Under the Alaska Constitution, those things are decided on a case-by-case basis. I guess I don't want to overspeak. I don't know that the court has ruled unconstitutional a global rule with respect to distance, although they have with some other sex offender registration rules. So what that means is an individual's individual sentence may have those restrictions within it, and that might be monitored by a probation officer as a condition for release. But additionally, in states that do have those restrictions, they tend to be something in the order of 1,000 feet to 2,500 feet away from schools. And it's, I'm not an expert on where the schools are located relative to this, but in a quick look, it doesn't appear that there are any in that sort of close proximity. So if people were wondering why you didn't know the rule in Alaska, it's because there is no one set rule on it, and this doesn't seem to run afoul of sample rules from other places.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are actually somewhat similar to Mr. Dunbar's. And my understanding is that 3.5 from Rasmussen is, Dick Mansager did say the other day, is meant for the next few years. And so are the ESG and CDBG, we get CDBG grants every year, correct? And ESG is only because of COVID, or we get that every year as well?
Through the chair, and if I get this wrong, I think Nicole is still on the line, but yes, we typically do receive ESG and CDBG funds every single year, but they are at significantly lower rates than what we have received this year because of CARES. So, and I think as Assemblymember Constant pointed out, some of the yearly amounts that we receive typically go to providers already. So depending on our success in getting additional funds every single year, it would be something that we would add. But I wouldn't necessarily expect this amount every single year, because we are kind of in a unique situation that because of the CARES Act.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair? So I guess I'm just a little confused why, first of all, why you did it this way, because I think, like Mr. Dunbar said, it's confusing since there's some that are multi-year and some that are 1 year. I think that a big piece of paying for this is likely going to be the trust dividend payment that is a result of the MLMP sale, but you have that as a question mark. So I think to the extent that this is helpful to the public to see there are actually funds, new funds to pay for this, I think including that makes a lot of sense, because right now you could take 3.5 and split it in 3, and then you take the others and go, well, maybe we won't get as much next year, the CDBG or ESG, and then suddenly you go, oh, wait a minute, where's the rest of the money? Well, the answer is that we're going to have the money through the MOA trust dividend payment, but there's a question mark up there. So I think that you all have estimates on how much that's going to be annually, and so I would appreciate you updating this, particularly before it goes out to the public, so that they can see that there's actually a lot more money than this slide is making it seem like there is. Thanks.
And through the chair, I will certainly do that.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, may I ask quickly, can you just say the amount that the dividend is expected to be?
I believe, Mr. Slivka is not there. I believe that a full,
on the phone, if you...
Oh, I believe it is somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 million is the full year payout of the trust, but Mr. Slivka can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so current year, and this again is based on anticipation of the deposit that Mr. Bachenstad mentioned of $229 million. Current year dividend is in the budget at $13.4 million, I believe, and I believe next year that number will rise to about $15.5 million.
Did he say it will go up to 15.5?
Yep.
Okay, apologies,
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton. I just wanted people who are watching to know that because of the sale of ML&P, we're about to get a very large dividend annually that would honestly pay for this whole thing. And I don't think that's clear from this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, we had a different question, but I want to pursue this a little bit because in the 2020 budget, my understanding is we have already included a substantial amount, essentially what we expected full year worth of that trust dividend, because the dividend is 4.5% of the corpus, and we've assumed that we put the ML&P money in that, and we've already put it in this year's budget. So if we were to use that to fund these operations next year, that means whatever we're using that for this year gets cut. Is that correct? That is correct. Just say yeah.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, only for the amount that is included in the budget, but I think as Mr. Slivka pointed out, next year there will be an even larger deposit or dividend payout from the trust. So whatever that delta is between what's included in this year's budget and next year's payout will be, I think, what we're referring to as the new money.
Right, I got that, and I just want to make sure, because I think what Austin was saying, we'd have enough to pay for this whole thing, and that's not really quite where we are right now. So, thanks. So, my real question, if I may. This authorizes you to go look at these buildings and make an offer and go through a due diligence period where you'll look at them very closely and see structurally if they're sound and all that stuff. So, for each of these buildings, what is your, no-go position? I mean, do you have a budget and say if buying it and all the reconstruction costs more than X, we're out?
I think I'm going to ask Mr. Schutte or Ms. Ward to help me with that, and I will say that I believe the very next slide, we're going to get into the question piece of it that members have sent, and I believe the very first question are, what are the costs of the renovations that we are estimating for each of the facilities? So I will put that up on the screen and allow Ms. Ward to potentially answer that, and then if Mr. Schutte wants to add anything onto it, he certainly can.
This is Robin Ward, Director of the Real Estate Department, and I don't have the slide in front of me, so I may need just a little bit of help. I'm on the phone. The 22.5 number is what we considered acquisition, closing costs, and some renovation. It may not cover all renovations for every facility. And I may because Mr. Schutte is there, I may let him take over.
Thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte. As Ms. Ward pointed out, you are granting authority for a real estate acquisition with a cap. So at some point, if for whatever reason there was, through the appraisal process and the due diligence process, price tags begin to elevate beyond the authority that's been granted by the Assembly, we're kind of stuck because we can't spend more than you allow us to spend. As far as individual decision points, though, among each property, part of this process that we are asking your permission to engage in will be fluid. So some properties could work out to be a lower offer and sale price than the listed price, and vice versa. And the due diligence process will reveal a lot of that, because that's when those types of decisions come out. To the slide on the screen that Robin cannot see, it is the summary screen of the known renovation and improvement costs to quickly convert what is needed to be converted for each of the facilities, starting with America's Best and working down to the Alaska Club. The Beans Cafe one is not on there because it's not anticipated that will require any tenant improvement costs to turn on. As you can see, one of the appealing factors of each of these properties, and something that stood out in the site selection process, was the ability to turn them on as quickly as possible with as little renovation cost required up front. And the uses that are intended for each one also speak to the attributes of each property. So in the way that the America's Best Value building is configured with outward opening doors, for example, individual units that can accommodate singles and doubles, there were certain aspects of each of the given properties that made it more appealing or useful for one of the given uses over another, and ultimately led to the decisions or the recommendations that these would be the properties that we should acquire for the different uses. So I think that the budgets that we have seen thus far after our probably half a dozen walkthroughs to date are well represented on this board.
Thank you.
Could I follow up? Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
So, okay, so I understand that we have a cap here, but if something comes in, like I look at $500,000 and say, you can barely pay for our permits for $500,000, so I don't think that's going to work. So if one of them goes way high, you get to Alaska Club and that's $6 million and you blow the budget, then what you do is just pull out one of the projects like the Beans Cafe and you can stay under that $22 million, but we're not getting what we think we're getting out of this whole package. We saw that, the stormwater utility, we did that. We said, here's our budget and here's what we want. Well, what we got is a much smaller project for more money, so that happens. So I just, at some point when you're looking at a building, you go, this is just simply not worth it for that amount. And I guess where is that? I guess you don't really know then.
Through the chair, no, you're correct. I can't foresee that at this time.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Bockenstead, would you go back to the previous slide? Thanks. Oh yeah, that's the one. So what's helpful to me with this slide is understanding the other one with the funding sources identified. That's the one. Is understanding the probability of each funding stream. And so my takeaway is that the items listed here are very high probability, whereas for other rent or Medicaid funding, we don't know yet what that amount would be, and there's less of a certainty surrounding it. But I agree with what Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Quinn-Davidson said about adding those or having clarity over the multi-year funding sources, as long as it's clear which ones are the ones that we already have. Like, for example, and actually wanted to talk to this one, the MOA budget appropriation for shelter. Since there will still be an additional need for more beds, even if these properties are acquired, it seems we would still need to have money in the budget for emergency shelter, maybe even as much as 245 more beds, just based on what would be provided through these facilities and what's available now through the Sullivan. And so that line, it seems, may not actually be able to be used to fund these properties. Did I understand that piece correctly?
Let me see if I can't answer that. I don't know if the number of additional beds that you cited is the right number. I think when we are looking at this and we add up the number of spaces that will be available at the Alaska Club and the number of potential spaces that will be available at the America's Best Value, we come with a delta of somewhere between maybe 85 and 110 spaces that we still need. But the piece that I think we have talked about before at one of the previous work sessions is one of the additional programs that the Assembly has approved is our Home for Good program. that we are looking to be able to provide permanent supportive housing for up to an additional 150 people through that program. So there is the potential that between that and these programs, we actually will completely fill the need to ultimately get completely out of the Sullivan Arena in the relatively near term. But certainly, I think no one from the administration has said that this is kind of the end of the line. I think we will continue for many years trying to figure out, what additional work needs to be done. I think, as has been pointed out in the gap analysis, there is still a lot of need for permanent supportive housing and other places. And I will just say, as part of the conversation is, we have gotten a commitment from Rasmussen, Primera, Providence, and others to commit, upwards of $40 million over the next couple of years. And it, I think, has always been our understanding that, that type of investment would be used to expand the capacity even more in these areas, specifically on the permanent supportive housing and transitional housing side of the ledger.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So I just would feel more comfortable if that $735,000 wasn't listed here and that it was kept reserved in the budget for figuring out the delta, at least in the initial first 3 years or so. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, and I apologize. I wasn't able to get my numbers and follow up, but it's in reference to Ms. Vogel. It's going to be to you for the daycare. So the information I have is that the Lions is approximately 1,000 feet from a daycare, and that's at the Jewish synagogue. So I have a concern about that. And then I also have a concern about Denali Peak School, and that's within 1,000 feet from the Alaska Club. And maybe we can just do a little bit more due diligence and see the exact feet on that. And then I'm also concerned about in-home licensed daycares that would be in those surrounding areas. And if we can look into that as well. I know you don't have answers right now, but if we could just follow up and figure all that out, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, can I ask for a clarification? I'm sorry, so is your question what spaces are not within 1,000 feet of any in-home daycare, school within the municipality?
I'm just looking at the ones that we've already, the buildings that have been designated. Where do they fall within the licensed daycares, in-home daycares, public daycares, one being the synagogue, the Jewish synagogue, and Denali Peak. I know the principal is very concerned. That is absolutely within, from the graph and the maps, 1,000 feet from the Alaska Club. And I guess we would have to find out all the laws on that.
Yeah, so I've let you know about the law on it, which is that there isn't a set law on it. But I think the factual questions certainly are ones that we can get answers to.
Okay, and then I guess we'll have to make an ordinance for all that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to be quick, and I don't want to belabor the MLMP point, but my understanding from 2020, if memory serves, and Jason might be able to ask Mr. Slipka if he doesn't know, I think it was around $4.5 million maybe from the dividend, because we didn't expect it to close at the beginning of 2020. And so if we're expecting over time, up toward 13 million, we actually could pay for all of this with the MLMP dividend. The answer is whether we want, or the question is whether we want to. And I think that we probably don't, and there's other sources here like the alcohol tax. But I just want Jason, can you correct me if I'm wrong, Jason?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, I don't know the exact number, but I am trying to find out. So hopefully by the end of the night, I will be able to give you the exact number.
Through the chair, this is Alex Slipka. I can give you 2019, the dividend that was paid out of the MOA Trust was about $6.5 million. The dividend that's in the budget for 2020 is, again, $13.4 million. and the projected dividend going out into 21 and then on to 22. I think it goes up to 15.5 million in 21 and then 16 point something in 22 are the amounts that are projected. And the calculation for the dividend for 2020, it really doesn't matter when the money shows up based on how we intend to propose that the dividend be calculated. The amount should be very close to the 13.4 million that's in the budget.
Great, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So when I look at these, your operating costs, we're doing the Sullivan Arena now, which I understand is, I heard a high of $750,000 a month, and then I heard maybe it's down to $600,000 a month now. But just for that, which is a couple hundred people, 240 or 250, is $9 to just over $7 million just to do that. So it's kind of a reality check on these numbers. And I figured this Sullivan might be an expensive one to operate, but you know, that one operation is more than what we're forecasting for all of this.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Weddleton, that you bring up a good point that I wanted to touch on, and that is to say that I think you're exactly right in that I think right now the monthly cost to operate that is almost $700,000, but I believe that as we get into the colder months, that number ratchets it up to about $750,000 a month. And bringing it back to kind of the conversation that we were having earlier about FEMA reimbursement is, luckily, the vast majority of those costs currently are being reimbursed or will be reimbursed through FEMA. But at a certain point in the future, that goes away, and we will have to make the decision, if there is no other option, of are we willing to continue to pay that cost for that one facility, or have we come up with something better, and hopefully it is the acquisition and purchase of these particular properties to actually do kind of our homeless response system in a better way. But you're absolutely right that cost is potentially coming our way, and something that we would have to pick up.
Thank you. Please continue.
So we're going to kind of run through some of the questions, and I apologize if I didn't capture all of the members' questions. We tried to kind of pull together all of the different questions, and we will try to answer all of them. But I think we've already seen this slide and kind of walked through what we see as kind of the renovation costs for each of the three big facilities that we are looking to acquire. I think another question that we've heard is, why am I just hearing about this? And, I think obviously this process for introducing of this AO is no different than any other ordinance for MOA-led property acquisition. It was introduced on June 23rd, and public testimony began on July 14th. But I will point out that, and I will let Ms. Ward kind of talk about some of the reasons behind this, but municipal code actually governs the process for real estate acquisition, and there is included in there an exemption from competitive bidding. And mainly it's because of the unique nature of real property purchase that we don't require competitive bidding. But I will certainly let Ms. Ward kind of talk to some of the reasons as to why it doesn't necessarily make sense for us to go through a competitive process before we try to acquire properties.
Thank you, Jason, through the chair, to the members. It is a little unique when we acquire real property. If we go out for RFPs to acquire lease space all of the time, which RFPs work very well for, when you're acquiring real estate and you are what we call cold calling properties, there is usually a concern. First of all, they don't want to be public many times because of their tenants, their property managers, their clients. They really don't want those people to necessarily know that they are even interested in selling if they are. So many times they will not respond to a public RFP. They also, if they are not already intending to sell, will propose a fairly or could be a substantial inflated purchase price. So normally what we do is we do as much due diligence on the properties as we can ahead of time, and we have a lot of information on that through our property tax information. And so we can eliminate many that we might not function well for the intended purpose. So we started with a very long list of properties, and then we slowly went through and checked each one against the criteria for the use, the location, and so on, and then finally reached out to a selected group that met all that criteria to start understanding whether or not they would even be willing to sell. So we started out with a very long list, and we've been working on this for quite a few months, and then brought it down to the point where these were our preferred properties that we are recommending for acquisition.
And then the only other piece that I will add to this, because it has been a part of the conversation, and I just want to make it very clear, which is the mayor has not used any of his emergency powers that have been given to him under the emergency proclamation for any part of this acquisition or this process. So I just wanted to make that abundantly clear.
I have a question, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, first I wanted to make a comment, and that was I just appreciated that Ms. Allard brought up the fact that there is a school across the street from Golden Lion, and that is the preschool at the Jewish Learning Center, which actually is a very long-standing and very popular school. So I'm glad we made sure to mention that it does exist. So, but I had a question, and you're kind of along the lines of this, Jason, between what you're talking about now and what Ms. Ward was talking about as well. But there was an awful lot of testimony in opposition to all the different projects that are actually on this list. And a lot of it came from that neighborhood, specifically around the Golden Lion, around the Alaska Club. And I'm kind of wondering what kind of an impact that testimony actually had. If there was any validity taken from that by the administration. Obviously, you were looking at a lot of different properties at some point, and you kind of narrowed it down to the ones that you were the best, most preferred. And I certainly understand that thought. But given the amount of testimony that there was, and the fact that a lot of people brought up other suggestions, had some ideas, maybe what might be more effective, more occupancy ready, maybe in a better neighborhood, or maybe not even in a neighborhood, but in a place where you wouldn't impact neighborhoods. So anyway, what kind of a effect did any of that testimony have on the administration and potentially on this idea of moving forward with investigating some of these other properties or maybe even looking into some new ideas? Thanks.
Through the chair to Assembly Member Kennedy, I think I will try to answer that in a couple of different ways. I think the first is we have certainly taken into account a number of the different areas and properties that were suggested to us, and I would say that for the most part, a lot of those properties were already on our list. So to the extent that we have gotten those suggestions, many of them were ticked off or excluded because I think, as I mentioned the other day, some of the properties had long-term leases or long-term franchise commitments, or, the asking price when we went and talked to them if they were interested in selling was significantly higher than the tax assessment. I think, as you've heard from Mr. Abbott from the Mental Health Trust, while there are certainly some mental health properties available, it seems somewhat unlikely that those properties would be used for the type of facility that we are, or the type of facilities that we are talking about. I will say that I think one of the things that we have taken to heart about the testimony, and that has really informed the process going forward, is on the actual RFPs for these particular facilities. I think a lot of the comments about neighborhood impacts, how are we going to provide additional transportation for individuals to and from these locations so that there isn't as much coming and going, ensuring that there are kind of the on-site facilities, and by that I mean kind of the on-site recreation that might be necessary to keep individuals there. I think we have learned a lot from testimony in those areas, and we will absolutely include a lot of those ideas and thoughts in our RFP process. And I think finally, I think it's a challenge that government always has, and it's something that I will say that this administration is committed to kind of always improving. How do we get our message out about all of the things that we're doing? I hope, and it is my extreme desire, that everyone that showed up to testify stays as engaged as they have been over the last month going forward. Because, as we have talked about, a lot of work has gone into a lot of specifically homelessness-related stuff over the last 5 years. And, unfortunately, a lot of those meetings that we attend and host and go to are attended by the same 15, 20, 25 people every single meeting. So to the extent that we have gotten more people engaged in that process so that they can provide more feedback as we are going through some of these processes and developing plans, I certainly take that as a win in this situation, and I hope those individuals stay engaged. So I hope I answered your question. It was kind of multifaceted.
Yes, it was, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Jason, you said that individuals had suggested these properties to you? And you...
through the chair, which properties? These particular properties? I don't think I said these particular properties were suggested. I think what I was referring to is during the testimony, there were a number of other hotels or properties that were suggested, and I think what my response was is, as I said, when we started this process, we included every single hotel on the list outside of the 99501 area code. So as a result, many of the hotels or other properties that were suggested to us, we had already spent time looking at them, and for one reason or another, didn't make this final list of the properties that are before us.
Just a quick follow-up. So nobody on the assembly suggested any of these properties to you? Of these 4 properties?
Through the chair, no, not that I'm aware of. I did not have any conversations with any of these, any member about any of these properties before we proposed them.
Okay.
Thank you. Don't see any other questions. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few more questions to kind of run through, and most of them are going to be repeats of kind of conversations that we've already had. But what are the expected operating costs and how will the MOA fund them? We've already kind of run through this slide, and certainly based on the feedback that I've received from some members, we will update it with additional information. And again, kind of how will we fund them? This slide will be updated as well. How else is the MOA going to use CARES Act funding to help businesses and residents? And again, we ran through this a little earlier. There's already been $6 million for small business and nonprofits, $3 million for rental and mortgage assistance, $10 million for child care relief, $3 million for a public lands job program, and $1.5 million so far in a contingency for about $23.5 million. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's everyone's expectation that there will be some sort of package put together for the August 11th meeting to put more money into various programs to get people back to work and or provide some sort of relief similar to these programs. Again, how were these properties selected? Were others considered? And I think, as Ms. Ward said a little bit earlier, and I think as I said last week, we convened a team of internal experts led by Robin Ward, our real estate director, that really looked over a number of different properties based on a number of different criteria that we had put together, and ultimately came up with the 4 properties that are in this ordinance. Another one is, why are we buying buildings before we know who will operate them? And I think that I'm going to come back to kind of the same story that I discussed last week, which was in relation to the additional money that was included in the budget last year, the $735,000 for additional overnight shelter capacity. We put out an RFI to try to find a provider for those to use those funds. Over the 2-week normal period for an RFI proposal, we didn't receive any. We extended it an additional 2 weeks and still received nothing, so we canceled the RFI. But all of that was somewhat surprising to us because for the first time, the municipality was offering money to provide additional overnight shelter capacity. So we sat down, AHD sat down with a number of the providers in the community that typically do this type of work. And I think the 3 big takeaways from that conversation were, the residents or the respondents were not interested in providing any additional capacity in the downtown area. I think they certainly understand, as we've talked about, the need to, do a better job of having additional facilities outside of that area. The second was, in addition to this, there was a strong desire that the municipality try to figure out a way to provide additional rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing and additional treatment capacity or treatment options. And I think the third one is the key one as we're talking about this, which is to say that a number of them were very interested, but they had no idea what the location was going to be. And their response to us was, we would be happy to provide some sort of response to anything in the future, but we really need to have a property and a location identified prior to us putting the time, energy, and money to put together one of these proposals, because again, it's not cheap and it's not easy to put these types of proposals together. So we really took that as evidence that, if we wanted to really figure out a way to get out of the Sullivan and provide different options, that we needed to go this route, and that's one of the reasons why. Next question is, how many...
Actually, before you go on, Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So this is interesting. So you did the RFI January this year, and so I what money and how much? And then what organizations did you talk to when no one responded? So you talked to, there's only a handful of 3 or 4 people to talk to. Who were they?
So the amount was the $735,000, and if Nicole is still on, I will let her give the full extent. But my understanding is It was a wide array of folks to include the Salvation Army, Catholic Social Services, and a few others. But if she's on, I think she can kind of give the longer list of folks that she sat down with.
Thank you. We also spoke with Beams as well as Securitas, who does Safety Center Safety Patrol, and then eventually did the Dempsey Anderson quarantine facility, and so they were a possibility providing this service as well. So we spoke to all of those providers.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Please continue.
Okay. Next one that was of interest was how many, and I apologize if I'm not answering this right, but the question was how many spaces are currently available in existing facilities, and I interpreted that as treatment or those types of facilities. And as you can see, there are currently about 182 treatment beds for a variety of different types, but you can also see that over the last not quite 10 years, we have lost significant capacity in our treatment beds, and the average wait time for treatment ranges from anywhere from 14 to 85 days. And I think as anyone can realize that if you're ready for treatment, you kind of need to be you need to have something available then, and not potentially 3 months down the road. So, and as you can see, the particular type of treatment that we have discussed tonight is the 3.3 type. And as you can see, in 2012, there was a significant amount of treatment beds in that particular area. Now, there are actually zero here in Anchorage or Alaska for that matter. So.
Couple questions here. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so in terms of shelter beds, you said tonight, I think, that at some point the Sullivan is full, sometimes it's not. But my guess is that as winter approaches, folks who are camping or finding other places to stay are going to need a warm place to go and basically can't go to Brother Francis because there's no space or other shelters. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, I think going back to one of the first slides, we've lost a significant amount of shelter capacity. Currently, the Sullivan has capacity for about 350 individuals. Typically, if I got onto the website, we're somewhere in the 200s, I think, most nights. But a couple of nights, just over the last couple of weeks, as we've had a significant amount of rain, we have gotten either very close or have reached capacity at the Sullivan. But you are absolutely right that as we start getting into the fall and certainly into the winter months, that number certainly would reach capacity on almost any night, as we can just look back at the last couple of years and seeing what was necessary in terms of providing overflow shelter at the Beans campus, or potentially, I think a couple of times over the last few years, we've had essentially warming stations at the transit center or something, where it's not a place for people to sleep, but it is a place where they can go in and get out of the cold. So there's certainly, heading into the winter months, an urgency to provide additional capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. So we got an email today that said Aquila has 70 beds empty, and they just need funding. So I'm looking at Chris.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It was regrettable that email came in factually incorrect. Aquila has 18 total beds at Aquila House and doesn't have the capacity to go beyond that without major reconstruction. And that actually is an initiative that's underway already to do a major reconstruction, but the maximum capacity of that building should be around 38. At the time it was constructed, it was 60. But the rules have changed, the laws have changed, the structures have changed, and everything has changed since then. And so the testimony that was provided by the former CEO was based on conditions that don't exist any longer. And so the testimony that was sent to us by email was based on information that came from facts that are no longer reality.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Please continue.
And if I may, just to answer a similar type of question that has been brought up through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton. I know a number of people brought up the Salvation Army location in Midtown, and that no one's there. And that is absolutely true. That building is yellow tagged. There is some structural issues with that building that we are working with them to try to figure out, is there the potential to receive some sort of earthquake disaster funding from a couple of years ago to fix some of the issues, and if not, are there other areas, because they have certainly provided treatment at that facility, and I believe, and again, Nicole can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that facility has been kind of their women's only treatment facility. So to the extent that we can continue to work with them to figure out ways to correct or repair that building, we will certainly continue to do so that we don't lose any additional capacity going forward.
Thank you.
So going on, I think another one that we've touched on quite a bit is how can we use the CARES Act funding for the acquisition. I think we've spent a lot of time this evening discussing that, but again, to those that have not read Kate Vogel's memo on it, I would encourage you to do so. I believe that was sent, and I believe that will be posted to the website this evening or sometime tomorrow for those that want to read it. Another question is, when will these facilities be operational? And I think, as we've discussed at a couple of points over the last couple of weeks, the timelines for each of them might be a little bit different. And certainly the Alaska Club on the day engagement side can certainly be operational much sooner than the overnight shelter piece of it. But I think for all of these, there is still a significant amount of work, if this ordinance is approved, before we even get to that point, because I think, as I've discussed, we still have to do all of the due diligence in negotiating what would ultimately be a final sales price, and figure out what, based on that due diligence, is it still worth it for us to purchase any or all of the buildings. But then also, most importantly, we still have to go through the RFP process and trying to find a provider or an operator for each of those buildings. And I think, as I mentioned last week, there is obviously going to be a great deal of interest in the outcome of that process. And as I said, we have learned a lot from the public testimony in terms of the different things that we need to consider during that process. We will certainly work to select the most qualified and best provider for each of them. And then ultimately it comes back to the Assembly for another bite at kind of the public process, where I fully expect that for each of them, there will be a requirement or a request of a work session, at least one, on all of them, so that the administration and potentially the provider that is selected can sit down and walk through the operational plan for each of these facilities. And then certainly there will be an opportunity for the public to comment through the public testimony side of things prior to the Assembly ultimately approving whatever contract it is, and ultimately you have to be comfortable with both the provider that we have selected, but also the cost that is associated with the negotiation on that contract. So All of that is to say that that process will likely take somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 months to get us to there. So we're really looking at the absolute earliest on any of the facilities sometime later in the fourth quarter, but certainly a number of them, because of the amount of renovations that are needed, it's more likely that first quarter of next year before they are fully operational. And then the next couple of questions are somewhat related to the RFP and what we've learned, which are how will you ensure safe transportation to and from the facilities? I think this is one of those core things that we have learned through the public process, but also talking to other providers as we've gone through this process, and we can certainly see that I've already included that under number 5, the partner services. We're really going to stress their ability to provide some sort of transportation to and from the facilities as part of this process and scoring criteria. And again, a similar question is how you mitigate impacts to neighborhoods and businesses. And again, I think this is something that was heard loud and clear during the public process and during the public testimony. And again, we've included this as what we want to include in the RFP under number 6, which is we're really going to want each of them to provide us what is their neighborhood impact mitigation plan, what is their good neighbor policy going to look like for each of the facilities, so that we can minimize any of the negative impacts in and around the community or in and around each of these locations. And then, how can we incorporate community feedback during the RFP process? And I think I've talked about that a little bit. Certainly, we have already kind of taken a lot of the feedback and included that in our thought process. But certainly, to the extent that folks want to continue to reach out and provide ideas on what that should look like, we will certainly accept all of those. And then, as I mentioned, there's still a very public process that we are going to have to go through to get to an actual approved contract. So I hope that I answered most of the questions that we received. If not, I apologize. We will certainly try to answer any additional questions that folks have. But I did want to just run through the known amendments, and folks just asked, where the administration was on each of them. It's going to be relatively...
Before you do that, Mr. Whittleton? I don't know if these are all additional questions. They might be. Mr. Whittleton?
You missed a big one. Could you list all the empty buildings that the municipality has now that we decided not to use? We heard there were quite a few. The old police department, animal control, a variety were brought up.
A number of them that were mentioned, if I remember a couple of them, animal control is not an empty building. I believe a number of people brought up the old police headquarters on Tudor and Elmore. That is still very much in use by the police department and is actually currently being renovated to provide long-term use for the police department. I'm looking at Chris, but I'm also maybe looking at Robin if she has any idea on other properties that are vacant in the municipality. I can't think of too many others.
This is Robin Ward, and the only vacant property that we have to date is the Porcupine Building, but that is the only vacant building.
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, I'll just add to Jason's list that some of the other properties that were suggested were, for example, the People Mover, the Transit Systems Fleet Maintenance Facility. It's a building located on the backside of the campus out at Tudor and Elmore. It's very much in use. Just got a new roof last year that the property taxpayers voted for. A lot of the space that the municipality occupies, surprisingly, is actually not owned by the municipality. So City Hall, for example, is a leased space. A lot of our library branches, except for this one, are leased spaces. So there's not a massive inventory of municipal buildings to begin with, let alone vacant ones at this time.
Thanks.
Thanks. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to an earlier point, if that's okay. concerning the role of the municipality. And I understand from the discussion and presentation, and thank you for all this information, by the way, Mr. Bockenstead, that the public health and safety pillar of the anchored plan is largely where the municipality's function resides within. And I understand too that that doesn't mean that the municipality will necessarily do all of these things, but will be part of a collaborative effort. And so acting as a landlord, acting as a licensing entity, providing ongoing financial contributions to programs that support a safety net for all residents. That piece I understand, and I guess I'm still concerned that taking on running these programs is a really big undertaking, and I would like to know more about how that will be supported. I know we talked a little bit and mentioned like the health department. What does that mean for the department and in terms of just general government support? And I realize it's early in this whole process. And then also, do you envision if these buildings, vet out and the municipality acquires them? I mean, do you imagine possibly acquiring more buildings and running more programs? Is that kind of part of the vision as well? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll take your first question first, and that is to say that there will certainly, we have certainly had a lot of conversations about providing additional capacity for a number of different programs at our health department. I think for a long time, the health department has been the department of everything else, and I think it has come into clear focus during the last couple of months how important it is to have a well-staffed, well-run health department, and I will certainly put our department up against any department in the country with the leadership of Director Pineda and others in there. But that is certainly not to say that there are additional bodies that are certainly needed to do more of the work that is certainly needed. And as we move into trying to figure out what are we doing on the mental health side, what are we doing on the homelessness side in terms of providing additional capacity for the municipality, we are certainly going to be looking at adding additional positions within AHD to provide that capacity, and certainly as adding potentially 4 new contracts that will certainly have the eye of the community on to make sure that they are being very well run. We certainly want to make sure that we have folks that are dedicated to managing those contracts and making sure that any issues that pop up are dealt with quickly and swiftly. I gave you a very long-winded answer, and now I forgot your second question. So if you repeat that one, I will attempt to answer that one.
If I may, Mr. Chair, do you envision purchasing any more buildings and expanding or offering more programs as part of this safety net?
I think it's certainly possible. I don't know what that looks like, but as the gap analysis has clearly shown, there is a lot of need in these areas. But I will preface that by saying that as a result of the municipality making these investments, we have heard from a lot of our partners and nonprofits that they're not going to make us go it alone as we try to deal with this situation. And as I mentioned earlier, we have gotten a commitment last year from a number of different providers to invest $40 million over the next couple of years in the exact issue and areas that we have been spending so much time on. So my hope is certainly that with that investment and our investment, we will see a clear advance on a lot of these issues, but we certainly also want to make sure that we are not adding too much to our plate at the same time. So part of this is going to be, let's get this done, let's move forward, and then, continually assess where we are. But I don't want to say no, and I don't necessarily want to say absolutely yes right now.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Mr. Bockenstedt and probably the rest of your team. A lot of these questions were from me, maybe multiple people, but I appreciate you answering many of them. I had a couple other ones that I think didn't get answered, and I'll just say them to you, and if you can't answer them now, that's helpful. So there was a purchase or purchase to lease option. I assume that just means depending on what the seller is willing to do and how the deal is best negotiated.
Through the chair, Assembly Member Quinn Davidson, I believe, and Ms. Ward can again correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that particular piece of it was simply inserted specifically for the Golden Lion and the money that is associated with the ML&P transaction, because as we have said, we don't technically have that money in our hand. We fully expect that by the end of the third quarter, beginning of fourth quarter, that transaction will complete. But, and as we look at kind of the due diligence time frame, we don't think we're going to run into a situation where we can't just purchase it outright, which would be our preference. But if we get to a point where we need to close on the transaction and the actual closing of the ML&P transaction is still 2 more weeks away, we wanted to have the flexibility to enter into a lease to purchase agreement, and then simply, as soon as we got the funding available, we would purchase. So
totally makes sense.
I will ask Ms. Ward if I got any of that wrong.
Mr. Bockenstedt, you got it all right.
Mr. Bockenstedt got it all right, for those of you who couldn't hear her. I have 2 other questions. Should I carry on? Okay. So in Spenard, if we're providing transitional housing, is there permanent housing for folks to go to? I suppose some are probably going to permanent supported housing, whereas maybe some are able to live completely on their own. So can you talk a little bit about that cycle?
Sure, and I may actually ask Nancy to maybe talk about it in a little bit more detail. She has a lot more experience in that, but certainly, there are, steps that are all involved. I mean, we call it transitional housing for a reason. It's not necessarily the permanent location where they are going to live. But as I mentioned, we hope that a portion of the America's Best Value would be permanent supportive housing, where folks would be staying there more long-term. Potentially, there would be, as a part of this, a requirement that they begin to take on more responsibility in terms of what the rental payments are. Certainly, I think as Jasmine with the Coalition on Homelessness has mentioned several times, a lot of the performance data that we are judged against by federal agencies is how successful are we in getting people into more permanent housing, how successful are we in actually getting people employed, and we're all judged against kind of those criteria. So certainly, the goal would be to make sure that we are providing the services necessary for them to move from kind of this transitional housing period to something that's more permanent. Now, it certainly could be on this campus, but certainly we are certainly working with a number of other landlords and others around the city with kind of one-off apartments and saying, hey, you have an apartment, you're willing to house somebody in a permanent supportive housing model. So we're going to continue to work there and expand that capacity. But I will turn it over to Nancy to see if she has any particular additions to add.
Mr. Bockenstedt, you got it correct. I would just add one thing, that the buildings themselves lend themselves to different uses. So the back building
used to be apartments and has kitchens and closets and all the things you need for more permanent kinds of housing. And the front building does not, and looks and feels a little bit more like more temporary kind of setting. So we will be working with all of the funders and partners to see how the financing for each of the buildings works out, but we're generally thinking about it in that way. The back building would be more permanent, and the front building would be more a place for temporary or transitional kinds of housing.
That's helpful, thank you. I just have one more question, thanks to my colleagues for your patience. We always receive the same question. Why can't we have tiny homes in Anchorage?
I will maybe have to ask either Ms. Ward or somebody else. I don't know the answer to that, or maybe Mr. Schutte. And I will just add that I apologize for missing all of these questions. So
The last one I asked was new, so don't worry.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson. So technically, we can have tiny homes in Anchorage. It just depends on what your definition of a tiny home is. A lot of people look at tiny homes like they've seen publicized in other communities. They're essentially very small 4x8 living spaces that sit next to each other on a parcel of land, et cetera. If that's the definition, there are certain ways that we can and can't do that here in Anchorage. But the long and short of it is the tiny home idea that most people have seen, 400 square feet of space, sitting on a piece of land, is something that can happen in Anchorage. It's not that it's not allowable. It's just not a very efficient use of real estate and costly on a per square foot basis.
Yeah, I guess my question wasn't very well stated. I meant, why aren't you proposing that as a solution? Why don't we have that here?
Sure. So through the chair, I'll just go back to my second part of the response, which is when you're looking at using public resources to provide housing for individuals, you want to do it in a way that's more efficient. And the properties that we have proposed are a higher efficiency ratio, higher dwelling units per acre, et cetera, et cetera. So the money goes further and allows you to provide additional housing services in a smaller footprint in what is a landlocked and increasingly difficult to find vacant land city.
Great. And one of my guesses has always been that if they're in the same area, then it's the same issue as any other facility, which is then the neighborhood might object. So if you put all the tiny homes in the city in one place, that could be an issue. But I'll let my colleagues go. Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I was slightly back to where I think LaFrance was pointing out, and maybe what Ms. Zalatel has proposed for some of the CARES Act funding, which is support for the health department to manage some of these grants, or maybe it was just the administration. And I would just like to point out that people look at the health department as a plank of our EMS and public safety system, public health, public safety, and yet we fund it at the level of our Parks and Rec department and expect it to act like a fully funded, hugely supported department. And so the work that they do is Lions work for this city. So that was just a shout out to our health department.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Constant hit on it, the health department. I saw in the budgets you proposed for the various facilities administrative costs listed. Were those tied specifically to the building, or were they tied to the question Ms. LaFrance asked around administering the grants or keeping up with kind of these programmatic requirements?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, the former. They were tied to the building. They weren't tied to administering the grants or the contracts on the AHD side.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask the $22.5 million question, and that is, I think the public has an expectation that if we're going to spend $22.5 million to take care of the homeless situation, that it will absolutely take care of the homeless situation. So my question is, what can the public actually expect in terms of progress for what they typically see as homeless? Now, most of us understand that there is a wide variety of people that find themselves in a homeless situation. But the people who regularly see camps in their backyards or camps across, tents put across trails or what have you, the typical, what people see on a normal basis on the street or, in our parks. How will that be different? If we spend $22.5 million, can we tell the public that they will see a difference in what they believe impacts them and their community with homelessness? Thanks.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, yes, I think that is the goal of what we're trying to achieve here, and I will, I think, answer this in a couple of different ways. The first is that as part of this proposal, we want to provide daytime engagement centers at 2 different facilities around town. That is something that we have historically not provided, and what that has resulted in is individuals, especially as we have done more camp cleanup, zone camp abatements. We have moved people out of the green belts and our trails onto our street corners and into our neighborhoods, and being able to provide a location for these individuals to go every single day, I think is going to have an immediate and direct impact on how people see certain parts of town. But going further than that, I think part of the added advantage of having these facilities is that we will have what we are calling the community resource hubs, or the service providers at each of these facilities, so that as people are there every single day, they are being able to talk to the service providers and figuring out what type of service do they need, what type of help do they need to move from living, or camping in our green spaces, or living in our shelter, to figuring out how can they get into some sort of transitional or more permanent supportive housing. I think one of the issues that we have had over the last couple of years, and we currently, we hear it all the time. It was obviously an issue during public testimony, is that folks go out and talk to homeless individuals and say, why are you camping? Well, I don't want to go to the shelter, or I'm more comfortable here. And that is absolutely, I have no doubt that is absolutely the answer that most people give. But the reason that I think that a lot of times we're getting that answer is because we're giving them 2 options. We're saying either go to an overcrowded, unsafe shelter that they don't feel comfortable in, that they don't feel that they can get a good night's sleep in, or camp. What we're trying to do with this proposal is change that dynamic a little bit and say, look, we're going to provide a safer shelter space that has physical distancing, that gives you kind of your personal space that you need to be able to get a good night's sleep. We're going to provide additional transitional housing. We're going to provide additional permanent supportive housing. So the option is no longer go sleep in a crowded, overcrowded shelter or camp. It's going to be, like I said, a much more lesser filled shelter, or hey, we're also willing to provide you with your own personal room and get you the help that you need to actually get out of this cycle of living in a shelter. So all of that is to say, I am absolutely confident that at the end of the day, the community will begin to see a marked difference in how we view this situation.
Thank Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I pursue that a little bit more?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I think for the most part, you're probably correct in your assumptions. What I find, though, is that we know that there is fairly little leverage that the municipality either has or takes advantage of in dealing with the people who really just do defy the system. You can say they may have reasons for not wanting to go to the shelters because they're unsafe or they're crowded. But in some cases, we've actually trespassed people from the shelters because they've been abusive, they've been violent, destructive, what have you. So we know that there is that component of the population that's really difficult to deal with, and we may not want them in a shelter with people who really are looking for safety in that. So I guess my question then just kind of goes on with the specifics about that kind of a group. What kind of policy change, what kind of leverage, what tools do we have to really make sure that everyone has to, in some way, shape, or form, take advantage of the services that are being offered? Thanks.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I think I will start by saying that even those individuals that are trespassed from a certain facility, we still work with them. Our mobile intervention team still does outreach to them and still tries to communicate with them. And sometimes we are successful in getting them untrespassed from certain facilities, and they go on and there are no problems. But I think the added question that this brings to mind is that sometimes a lot of the individuals that are trespassed have underlying mental health or addiction issues. And that is where we are trying to tie in the additional treatment capacity so that these individuals can pursue, hopefully very willingly, once it's made available, treatment both for some of the underlying conditions, and hopefully that will play a big role in kind of this population that you are discussing. But there is certainly more that we are going to have to do, and I think I come back to the fact that for the first time at the shelters, we're going to be providing day engagement services. And I think that's a key piece that has been missing from the entire continuum of care, because typically all of these individuals, they're in the shelter at night, and then they're out on the street corners in camps. But we're really going to make a concerted effort in connecting with these individuals. I think we've heard from a number of folks that testified over the last couple of weeks that are doing this work, that the biggest, most important piece that is important to reach these is continued contact and building a relationship with all of these individuals and getting to the heart of why are you doing this? What type of help do you need? So that's going to be super important, and that is a big piece of this entire package. So I hope that that answers your question, and we're certainly going to continue to improve on that system and make sure that those types of services are available.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Really want to thank Mr. Buckenstad and the team for putting this presentation together. And I'm really hopeful that the folks who came and testified over those many days and the folks that are listening after this is put up online get a chance to review all of that information. So most of my questions that I had come prepared with were answered. I had two additional questions, though, that I wanted to go through. So first is, and I think this one, either Ms. Ward or Mr. Schutte can answer this one. What does in particular, the due diligence look like for purchase and usage of these buildings? And, particularly my constituents, have come to me with concerns about asbestos and some possibility of that in some of these buildings. And then, at one point, is there a decision where, come due diligence, this building isn't worth it anymore? And where does the proposal go forward from there? That's one line of questioning, and then I'll wait for the second one.
Mr. Rivera, this is Robin Ward. Due diligence has a long list of investigation, research, and evaluation for everything from environmental to the condition of the building, the condition of the HVAC, of the property entitlements. Is it, what is the zoning? What are the setbacks? Are there any encroachments? And then the performance of the building as far as energy. We will look at everything on the actual physical condition, everything in the property, and then also very possibly an appraisal. We'll look at all of the title, if there's any title issues. So we have a long list of due diligence issues that we go through. And then it may get to the point, on one of the properties that we say, it is not in good enough condition or there are too many issues to address. And then we would have to look at it compared to the price and say it may not work. At this point, we don't think that's going to happen. We've done a fair amount of due diligence on all of the buildings, but we'll do a very intensive due diligence after we get into contract.
Thank you, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So second line of questioning is around the RFP process. And so I'm glad to hear that a lot of the community feedback that we've heard is being incorporated into the RFP process, and hopefully will be continue to be incorporated into the process. In particular, I am curious about how we are incorporating lived experience of homelessness in the RFP process.
Through the chair, could you maybe expand on that a little bit so I get a little bit more context?
Sure. So, one of the mantras that I've heard recently is nothing about us without us. And so I'm just curious how lived experience is being taken into account when we think about these facilities, who they are serving, and how what we are doing at these facilities is going to match sort of the expectations of that community.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I had not actually thought about that, but that is a very good suggestion, and we will certainly take that back to the coalition and Jasmine and some of the other providers, HRAC in particular. We can certainly sit down and have a conversation with them about what concerns or what issues that they see that we could try to incorporate. So very good suggestion, and we will certainly take that back.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other questions?
That was it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Just there was one thing Mr. Bockenstead missed when Ms. Kennedy asked the question of what can people come to expect if we take this population and move them into housing, and there are still some people who would be resistant. What's that going to look like to the community? And I think that one of the things that he missed that really needs to be thought through is the relief on all of the various other departments that have to constantly respond to these individuals. Jason, can you give us some thoughts on that?
Well, certainly, and I will maybe take a step back because I had written it down and forgot to mention it in my response to Assemblymember Kennedy, but I know that there is a lot of interest from a number of Assembly members as well as the administration, and I know Mr. Abbott and the Mental Health Trust are very much interested in this too, and that is essentially the Crisis Now model and creating a crisis stabilization center. And I know we've had a number of conversations, and I believe that that is going to be a topic that we take up at our kind of next meeting when we kind of discuss the CARES Act and what should be funded through there. But to your specific question, Assemblymember Constant, certainly there are a number of departments that range from our Parks and Rec department that do camp abatement, that if we are successful in reducing the number of campsites and camping that goes on, that will certainly reduce their workload, that they can focus in on some of the other areas that may sometimes get pushed to the side as a result of needing to do this. Certainly, getting more people into permanent supportive housing so they're not out on the street will reduce probably the calls to the Anchorage Safe Patrol. We will certainly probably see a decrease in the number of calls into 911 and 311 that require some sort of APD or AFD response that frees up those resources to respond to other calls throughout the community. So there are certainly a number of departments that spend a great deal of time on this issue, that if we are successful in providing a better process and a better system, will certainly feel very different for the rest of the community in these other areas. I think you'd see potentially increased response times and things like that. So certainly there are a number of other departments. So appreciate you asking me to clarify that.
I think you meant decreased response times.
Sorry, decreased response times.
Swifter response to your needs when they aren't busy doing other things.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the amendments part of the presentation.
Do we need a motion? I know
we
that
did midnight.
Oh, we did, okay.
So just a couple of more slides. There are a number of amendments that we have seen, and I just wanted to run through a couple of, or actually all of them. I'll try to run through just in order as in which I have received them. The first one is an amendment that would list each of the properties individually in the ordinance, and the administration supports this amendment. We don't see any problem with listing the properties individually in the ordinance. The second one is an amendment from Assembly Members Zalatel and Rivera, specifically on the Golden Lion and some of the conditions on purchasing that, which would be that it never be used as a homeless and transient shelter, and that secured egress be required for the operation of the facility. And as we have talked about tonight, we certainly also support this amendment. So 2 for 2. The next amendment from Assembly Members Zalatel and Rivera has to do with the Alaska Club property, and as we have discussed, there is the very real potential that the operation commencing on the Daytime Engagement Center doesn't match up with the overnight shelter piece of it, and as a part of this, if we are able to turn on the Daytime Engagement Center soon, the amendment, I believe, would require that whoever the operator is for the Daytime Engagement Center have some sort of transportation plan or transportation budget that provides transportation from the Daytime Engagement Center, so when it closes, to some type of shelter facility, so that every single day there are not just 150 people let out onto Tudor or Old Seward. So again, certainly the administration supports this as well, and this would be a part of the RFP that we would put out. Another one from Assembly Members Zalatel and Constant involves the Agnew-Beck study that I believe has been shared with everyone on the Assembly, but it would require that the administration and the Assembly also authorize the purchase of the 3 parcels that Ron Oliva owns. While certainly we would have to sit down and begin discussions with him again. Again, the administration would support this amendment. Certainly, there is a lot of information in the Agnew-Beck study and what that ultimately looks like, but the administration would support this amendment as well. The next one is from Assembly Members Quinn Davidson, Zalatel, and LaFrance, and I think there are a couple of different components to this one. The first is that to the extent that the administration and any future administrations that we should look to other funding sources other than MOA funding sources to make sure that these facilities are fully operational. And then the second piece of it is that no more than 50% of the total need on the operating side comes from the alcohol tax. And I hope I described that correctly. If not, I will let the sponsors correct me. But certainly the administration also supports this one and would like it to be passed. Another one is from Assembly Member LaFrance, and I think what this one does is just add on one additional aspect to the previous amendment, which is to simply say that property taxes should not go to fund the operations, maintenance, or programs of these facilities. And I think, as we have talked about, there are a number of different revenue sources that would allow us to also support this amendment passing as well. So, and then Assembly Member Weddleton has an amendment that essentially would add some express legislative findings that the CARES Act funds and the ML&P unrestricted cash are consistent and legal in terms of the allowable uses for each of those. And obviously, as we have discussed, our understanding of the CARES Act and from the memo that Ms. Vogel wrote on the eligibility of the CARES Act for these purchases, we certainly would support this amendment as well. And I believe the final amendment is an amendment from Assembly Member LaFrance that basically says that the administration should comply with the usual procedures and public processes for these four properties. And I would just take this time to mention that the only property, the only use of any of these properties that require any type of zoning or other change is the overnight and transient shelter aspect of the Alaska Club. All of the other uses of these facilities are already incorporated into the current zoning and are by right allowable uses. So, but certainly the administration would support this one as well. We intend, as we said, there have been no emergency powers that have been used through this process, and we would certainly work with the Assembly to go through the normal process on figuring out how do we rezone that particular facility when we got to that point. So, with that, that is the end of the presentation, and I appreciate all of the questions that we have received, and certainly while I was the one up here talking, the vast majority of a lot of this work was done by others, so I just want to take an opportunity to thank everyone else in the administration for really helping pull all of this information together over the last several weeks. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just, okay, never mind. Mr. Schutte answered my question, thank you.
Okay, then let's go ahead and start going through amendments. So we have proposed amendment number 1 by Zalatel, Weddleton, Kennedy.
Move amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to offer an amendment to amendment number 1. And that is to remove the Golden Lion C and to reduce the dollar amount by $10 million.
Second.
May I speak on it?
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, please. I think we need something like this, and this might be the perfect place to do it. I don't know, but this is a lot of what we're doing here is because it's time sensitive. We got to spend these CARES funds fairly quickly. But this one, using the MLMP proceeds, does not have that urgency. So we could back up, do it through the processes that we've heard so many people ask us to do. Do it through a normal RFP. And just come out with a more full package on it. And we have time to do that. So, sorry, I'm pulling this one out. It's really a different item than the other stuff. It's not a CARES Act item, and we can do that separately.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. I think we need to remove this one, have a better discussion about it. This one seems to be the one that's probably most controversial and problematic, so I think we can spend the time maybe doing something a little bit better with this particular type of use and maybe find a different facility. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have that amendment in writing, or is it just a voice? He has it on a post-it.
I can repeat it.
Yes, please.
I move that we remove Golden Lion, which is Part C of Section 1, and reduce the total dollar amount by $10 million. So it would be $12.5 million.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'd like to ask the administration for their perspective on this amendment to the amendment.
We would, even though I went, I think 7 for 7 on the other amendments, we strongly oppose this amendment. I believe that this is I think, as we have discussed, this is a key component of the overall structure and continuum of care that we are trying to provide to this community. We have talked about these issues for many years as part of the ML&P transaction, and I think, as we've heard from Mr. Abbott and others, that these types of facilities are safe. We have 7 other residential treatment facilities around town already, in and around different neighborhoods. So this is really no different than what we already provide, but we need additional treatment capacity, and I think that has been shown through all of the work that has been done over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree a lot with what Mr. Bockenstead said. He said several of the things I was going to say. Also, I oppose this amendment because this particular property was purchased as we would expect the municipality to go out. We've heard from Ms. Ward, we don't put an RFP out for this kind of thing. I had the opportunity, upon my own request, to go and tour the Golden Lion. I'm familiar with treatment facilities. It's, as told to us, it is well suited to this purpose. So it is a great opportunity. I think further amendments that will come up later will mitigate some of the concerns of the neighborhood that we've heard in terms of the location. I think, particularly if we want to be holistic in our approach, a continuum of care is so integral to having a well community beyond homelessness for everyone. There are things that are in our control as this body and as the municipality, and there are things that are slightly out of reach, and those are really along and we're going to talk about some of those, but mental health. So this is something where we can really make a substantial impact and provide something that just doesn't exist. It's not like we're trying to duplicate services or do something else. So I would urge not voting for this amendment because this is really a key piece to the puzzle. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I don't disagree with anything Jason or Meg said. I think this is absolutely important. This is probably my most favorite part of this whole package, because if we don't take care of mental illness and drug addiction, alcohol addiction, we will forever have a flow of people into homelessness. This is the root things. We've got to fix this. So, but we can do that. We pull this out. We do it as a separate process in a way that we have heard abundantly people will be much more comfortable with. And we may end up in the same place, but we should do it in a way that's respectful of what people asked us to do. But this is important, there's no question, but we should do it in a way people want us to do it. We have lost trust, and we can take a step towards regaining that.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to be clear what we're doing. We're not voting on an amendment, we're voting on an amendment to an amendment, correct?
Correct.
And given that, while I sympathize with Mr. Weddleton's goals, I don't think this is the right way to do it. I think we have a number of other amendments that I hope we get through tonight. I think we can all sort of see the writing on the wall and the clock and realize we're probably not going to vote on this tonight. But I think there's another opportunity to do this if we want to do this. That is, once we're done with the amendments, I'm going to make a motion, or maybe someone else is, to postpone passage of this until I prefer August 11th, and we can have an argument about that. And in the intervening weeks, we can have a discussion about maybe putting forward some other item that would do what you're describing, Mr. Weddleton. I still might not support that. I still might support the administration's current plan. But I think an amendment to the amendment that excises this piece right now in the middle of this conversation is the wrong way to do it. So I hope that we vote down this amendment to the amendment, pass the amendment, and then pass a whole bunch of other amendments before the night is through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, if we do this amendment and my next amendment, then we'll be out of here by 11:30.
Thanks. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson is still, Mr. Peterson, you're still absent?
That amendment to the amendment fails 8-2. We now have the main amendment before us. Any further discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move that we remove the Old Alaska Club B and decrease the dollar amount by the amount Jason could tell me.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to that, Mr. Weddleton?
I have been an advocate for another shelter for a long time. We need another shelter, and I'd like to have a high barrier one and a low barrier one. I've seen it. I've seen shelters in other places I visited last summer. I've never seen anything like 3rd Avenue. They are all so much better, and they don't have to be ghettos. They don't have to be blight. They can be done in a really good way that doesn't destroy a neighborhood, and I'm confident that I know it can be done. So fundamentally, another shelter that's a good thing. I support that. I'm worried about this one. And it's not big enough for what we need. I mean, we know from Jason's numbers that we're going to be 130-something beds short, even if we stand this up. So where are they going to go? And what they'll do is they'll go and they'll hang out around this thing, just like they do on 3rd Avenue, and we're going to have the same problem we have down there and destroy that neighborhood. We have a chance to get it right, and we're not ready to get it right yet. We need to get something that'll take essentially like the Sullivan Arena and get most of them. And I toured the Sullivan Arena on Saturday, and it's end of the month, people are running out of money, and it is full. And I don't think it's a 300. My memory was like 240 or something, but they can do 260 if they shut down the TV room. So what are we going to do in the winter? I mean, if we've already got a projection based on last winter of 133, but Sullivan's full now, it could be vastly more if we shut, So we're going to have the Sullivan up already for a long time, or if we shut that down, we're in big trouble. So I'm just not convinced that we are ready to do this in a way that will work. I think we need to wait, look around for a bigger building. And in addition, we need to get the conditional use and the license stuff lined up before we propose another homeless shelter. And we can go with a full package and say, this is what we're offering you. Because right now, when people spoke to us, I mean, all they know is Brother Francis. And it's ugly. We cannot do that to people. And I'm not convinced that won't happen again here. We just have too many people who are sheltered. This thing is too small to make a dent in that need. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think your math is wrong. I'm looking at the gap analysis, and I think, you can't separate out one building from the other projects and the other shelter capacity we have in Anchorage. We have a gap of approximately, I believe, 400. And so if we go 120 to 150 at the Alaska Club, plus put on America's Best Inn, I think we meet the gap. I think we're pretty darn close. And we have 150 permanent supportive housing units we're bringing on as well. So I think we're close. I think to hold out for something that's going to shelter everyone is a misstep for a couple of reasons. Right now, I would argue for two reasons we're in a homelessness crisis. One is we were already kind of back on our heels from years of not investing in shelter. And two, we have COVID-19. And so our needs are going to be larger, and we expect them to be larger. But when we look at what the ultimate safety net for this city and this municipality is, this is right-sized. This is investing in an ongoing safety net that provides services where the people are. I don't know, I mean, I'm sure you go through Midtown a lot. I'm in Midtown all the time. I keep getting asked, how close do I live to any of these facilities? And I can tell you, I live within 3/4 of a mile of one, and that there are homeless camps less than 50 yards from my house. So if you want to live with the current situation, then we pull out this property. Otherwise, we do something. And this is a very real opportunity. This is an opportunity not only to provide shelter where it's needed in a location that makes sense, but also our philanthropic partners are on board. So I think it's short-sighted, and I do understand that we have work to do on shelter licensing and to bring forward the full package, but these two things can run on parallel tracks and be ready at the same time. If we simply wait until one is done, I believe we've been told we're on a kind of a 6-month timeline for the land use and shelter licensing to work its way through. That, that kind of works out well as we bring forward the necessary renovations of this building to turn on the night shelter.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is another one of those problematic sites. This is the one where, another one where we got a great deal of testimony in opposition to. And this isn't about being 3/4 of a mile away from a neighborhood. I mean, it's right next to a neighborhood. And so this one also, I believe there are some issues with whether or not this is going to be an adequate facility. One of the things that we don't know is how many people will actually qualify of those that are homeless now to put into any other kind of supportive housing. And we know that turnover in terms of the homeless population themselves, is kind of a bit of a revolving door. There are people that come into that situation and we get them out, but there are others that come right back in. And so to do this kind of a project in this particular facility and impact the community, the nearby community in such a way, doesn't make sense to me, to do something that could have such a negative impact to the community for something that really doesn't quite fit the bill of what we're looking for at this point. So I think we ought to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Just a couple. I think the 133 shortage was from one of the slides Mr. Bachenstatter showed us. if we do all of this, we do go follow through with this 4-building purchase and shut down the Sullivan Arena, then we're still short 133. And I question that as a too low number, looking at where the Sullivan Arena is right now. Is that roughly correct about, I'm looking at Jason here.
Through the chair, I believe that the exact number, depending on what the final number is that would fit into the Alaska Club, that we are somewhere in the neighborhood of 85 to 113 potentially short. But I would add that I think, as Assemblymember Zalatel mentioned, there are other programs that are in the pipeline that the Home for Good one being the one that probably most know would hopefully cover most of that gap over the next 6 to 9 months.
Okay, can I address one other point? So, and then one thing where we might have parallel processes certainly with the conditional use and the licensing requirement. What if the requirements that we come up with can't be met at the Alaska Club? And it's not far-fetched to think that's the case. Well, then we've got requirements in a building and they don't mesh, and that's a concern.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. It's actually a question for Mr. Weddleton. In what method would we use to grant ourselves a conditional use for a property we didn't own? How could we achieve that process in that order?
No, I think if we go through the process and say, here's the requirements for conditional use, here's the requirements for a license, then we go looking for buildings that meet those requirements. And maybe this one would make it, but what if it doesn't? You know, what if we do have in those requirements a separation distance from a school or something like that? Well, this one may not meet that requirement. A lot size, that it have X amount of outdoor space, whatever. I mean, we're just starting to work on those things. But if those are requirements and this can't meet it, now we're stuck.
So it's not a specific conditional use you're talking about, just the licensing conversation.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I have to agree with John on this one. And the numbers are, when we close down the Sullivan, we have 250 people. Where are we going to place them all? And this is, Ms. Kennedy did state that this is next to a neighborhood. This is in a neighborhood. And I'm kind of miffed that we're sitting up here discussing this when that neighborhood and that community have clearly spoken. And this is in Midtown. And to completely disregard what the community has come out in full force and has suggested and said, I can't believe the assembly members aren't even listening to them. We don't know better than our community. They know what we know, and we all need to work together. To push this forward is irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
We're here because for the last 40 years, this body has pretended my district is not a neighborhood.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote. On the amendment to the amendment, yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrancis?
Sure, we can go ahead, I guess, wait for her.
Or I can mark her absent, it's up to you.
Well, that's not how this works. I think she would likely want to vote on this amendment, so let's wait. Ms. LaFrance, how do you vote on this amendment to the amendment?
To remove the shelter from no.
That amendment fails 7-3. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy? This is amendment number 1.
Oh, yeah, so, sorry, I'm reminded that no one actually spoke to the amendment. We just rushed into amendments to the amendment. Do one of the sponsors want to speak to the amendment itself? Ms. Zolotel, Mr. Weddleton, Ms. Kennedy? Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, basically, this just organizes it more neatly, I think, so I could offer my other amendments, but it just makes more clear what we're talking about here, so I recommend support.
Thanks. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's getting hard to hear people. I don't know if it's a microphone issue going on or not, but I didn't really hear Mr. Weddleton. But anyway, I was just going to say in regard to the amendment as a whole, I guess there's really no point to breaking it down into 4 different sections like this if really nothing's going to pass in terms of altering that. So anyway, I guess I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to vote on it, but it kind of has lost some of its significance now. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 2 questions. My first one, I think, is answered. I didn't understand what the purpose of this was, and now I guess I understand that it was to set up other amendments. So I guess my question, and this is to the sponsors and or the administration who said that they do approve this, is there any value to this amendment at this point? That's my question. Is there any value to this at all?
Through the chair to you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Yes, there are more amendments that are much more easily done if we separate out the properties. This was actually suggested to me by Dean when I brought other amendments forward. So it's partly an ease of administration to keep track, because in the other version without it, or in the S version without it, it's just all the property kind of in one lump.
I see.
So it just helps us track and keep track of the additional amendments.
Correct.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, I would agree with everything that Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Zolotel said as to the reason to still support this amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Can I please do a reconsideration on a vote, please? Motion to reconsider.
Second.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I think it's specifically for the vote on Mr. Weddleton's first amendment to
please.
the amendment.
Thank you.
So that's the Golden Lion. And do you want to speak to the reason?
I just moved too quickly. I just moved too quickly with my tapping, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Perez-Verdia, on the motion to reconsider?
Yeah, I guess I need a little bit of explanation of what we're doing and why. I didn't understand that comment. I moved too quickly. I don't understand the purpose for the reconsideration.
I meant to vote yes, and I voted no.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote. Oh, sure.
Yeah, this is the question, shall we reconsider?
Oh, sure. So I'll just restate what we are doing. So we are currently on a motion to reconsider Mr. Weddleton's first amendment to the amendment, which was to remove C from amendment number 1. And Ms. Allard's explanation was that she basically voted the wrong way, which is something that we have done in the past out of respect for our colleagues. With that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. A yes would bring this back before the body.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That passes 10-0. So now we have that motion back before us, the amendment to remove the Golden Lion. I don't think we need any discussion on that. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That amendment fails 7-3. With that, we have the main amendment before us. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Did you know my system, I'm going to reset that. My system is just a little goofed up here. I'm going to just redo that. Okay?
And then after the vote on this amendment, we have, as Ms. Zalato stated, amendments A, B, C, and D to Amendment 1.
So we're going to vote on amendment number 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair, what was the result of that last? I didn't see the results of that.
We didn't actually get to vote on amendment number 1.
Okay.
Right, okay.
We had to reset the system.
Okay, we are ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay, members may proceed to vote. This is amendment number 1, yes.
Ms. Kennedy, amendment number 1.
Yes.
That passes 9-1. Next, we have proposed amendment number 1 by Zalato Rivera.
Mr. Chair, actually, Amendment A is replaced by Amendment D as in David due to an error, so we will not be moving Amendment A.
Yes, thank you for that reminder. Sorry, I told you wrong. So next we have proposed amendment number B, or B to amendment number 1.
Yes, I move Amendment number B.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you. This amendment provides that if the property, the Alaska Club, is used as a day shelter prior to being an overnight shelter, that transportation should be provided, but that to the extent possible, it be brought on as an overnight and daytime shelter at the same time to mitigate any neighborhood impacts.
Thank you. Not seeing any discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That passes 10-0. Next, we have proposed amendment C to amendment number 1 by Zalato Constant.
I move amendment number C.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalato?
This amendment is, as Mr. Bockenstead described earlier, it's if we authorize and purchase for improvements to the Beans Cafe property, it's not effective until the Assembly first authorizes the purchase of 3 parcels that are owned by Mr. Oliva, and this is consistent with the Agnew-Beck report, which you all should have had emailed to you when this first came onto our agenda. And the Agnew-Beck report has a short-term and long-term vision, which both includes these properties.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
I have trouble supporting this. I'm worried that it is totally not in sync with our title of the ordinance at all. It's just something thrown in there. I mean, it's not CARES Act funding. It's not funding with the MLMP sale. It goes against, presumably this would be used for homeless, I don't know, but it wouldn't match that 2018 167 that said don't put more downtown. So it's sensitive to Mr. Oliva, we all should be, but it just doesn't fit here. And I guess I would ask Dean, is it even legal to do this?
Mr. Gates?
I believe it is simply adding a condition on the approval of this purchase.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've thought a lot about this, and I saw it originally in the packet, and I, of course, heard from Mr. Oliva like everyone else, and I did consider supporting it, but then he came and testified pretty strongly against this ordinance, and what you're giving him, unless I'm misreading this, is an ability to block a portion of the ordinance. So what happens if he asks for a larger sum of money? Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but what if he asks for a sum of money that's larger than what we want to pay or we're willing to pay? Then does that mean we cannot purchase the other property?
Through the chair,
go ahead.
yeah, it would allow us still to lease the Beans building. So it wouldn't prevent, and then it says, until the assembly authorizes acquisition of the 3 parcels, we can authorize acquisition at a not to exceed amount, and if that's not sufficient, then that wouldn't be sufficient. That would be up to the parties to negotiate.
So we could authorize it, not purchase it, and then still purchase Beans?
Ms. Vogel, do you want to speak to this, since you're in the queue?
Thank you, through the chair. I was just going to say, I didn't read this as requiring the acquisition of it, but just that the assembly, that the authorization wouldn't be effective until the assembly authorized the acquisition of the other 3 parcels. So I didn't read this as actually requiring that transaction be completed. So if the price wasn't right and those conditions weren't met, I think that this authorization for Beans Cafe would go through, but I did not work on drafting it, so that might not have been the intention of the proposer.
I got to say, I think he's going to sue us again. I mean, if we authorize this and then he asks for a higher price, we don't give it to him, and then we go ahead and buy Beans, I think he's going to sue us based on this. And based on the fact that he's already sued us twice. Anyway, I don't think I can support this just based on everything that's happened with his testimony and with what I think it locks us into. But I'm willing to be persuaded in the next however many minutes this takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar? Oh, excuse me. Mr. Bezradilla?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, I think that we should consider purchasing his property, and I think it's something that we need to discuss and go through a whole process of how we would use it and you know, what we would do with it and how it would fit into our plans. And I think that's definitely worth a conversation for us to have and for us to consider. I'm confused and concerned about putting this in last minute into something that seems like a thoughtful plan for us to address the issues that we're facing. So as much as I would like to follow through with the AgNewMec plan, and certainly I feel for Mr. Leva and want to support him, I don't think this is the proper way to do it. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for folks who are interested but concerned about the acquisition language, authorizing the acquisition, and I also have concerns about that, we could insert, until the assembly first authorizes the acquisition of 3 parcels at no more than fair market value, nearby located at blah, blah, blah. So that would set an amount. That said, I'm curious if the administration can speak to where this money would come from if we were to buy this.
Through the chair, I don't actually know that I'm responding to Ms. Quinn-Davidson's concerns as much as I am interested in responding to Mr. Dunbar's, which is, as we discuss this, I do get concerned about the insertion of confusion into this and what it might mean. I think I was reading it to not mean very much, but I'm worried that that's contestable. And I'm, I think it complicates what is a litigation rich environment to say lightly of the variety of people threatening litigation on this.
And then did someone want to address Ms. Quinn Davidson's question?
Sure, through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson. I think that would be one of the issues that we would have to go back and look at. I think as Ms. Ward and others have pointed out, when we started this process, we believed that we had certain fund sources outside of the MOA potentially lined up to purchase this property, but obviously as time has passed and we got into COVID, that fell through. So at this point in time, we don't have an identified fund source. I think it would be difficult, but I would defer to Ms. Vogel on this. I think it would be difficult unless we had a better understanding of what we wanted to do with it. The property is long-term to use CARES funds to purchase that property. But certainly if something like this passed, we would have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the fund source would be, either within the MOA or re-engage with some of our private partners that had expressed interest in purchasing it in the past.
Can you just remind me how much we're talking?
Ms. Ward is on the phone, so I don't want to completely misstate it, but I believe the letter of intent that was shared with the Assembly was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.8 million for all three properties, but maybe Ms. Ward can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Mr. Constant is suggesting it's 1.75, so it sounds in that region. I move to add the words "at no more than fair market value" after 3 parcels.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I think you spoke to this amendment already. So seeing no discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 9-1. We now have the main amendment before us as amended. Any other discussion? Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really sure still what I think about this one because I know that this has been a long-standing issue. And so I'm wondering if all the attorneys in the room now feel like the MOA is in a safe position with this language? Or some of the attorneys? Or perhaps Ms. Vogel?
Ms. Vogel?
Or Mr. Gates?
Through the chair. So I appreciate that the amendment to the amendment, I think, makes it a little bit better. I still read this as just requiring the Assembly to have authorized the purchase, as opposed to the purchase having been complete. So I guess I'm curious if Mr. Gates would interpret that differently, or if it was the intent of the sponsor for that to be different. If that reflects the intent of the sponsor and that reflects the intent of Mr. Gates, then or the interpretation, I should say, that Mr. Gates would put on it, then I think we can live with that amendment.
Mr. Gates, do you want to start? And then I'll go to Ms. Solotel.
I'm not really quite clear on the question. Could you rephrase that for me one more time, please?
Ms. Vogel?
The question is whether this amendment requires the municipality to have actually purchased the Oliva lots before being able to purchase the Beans Cafe property, or whether it would be satisfied simply by the authorization being given by the Assembly, if that made the question clear.
If the language in that amendment was acquire those 2 level or 3 level parcels, so whatever acquisition, lease, purchase, And I think if there's a committed acquisition, purchase agreement, so forth, that's probably satisfactory to make the condition effective for the authorization to purchase the Beans Cafe buildings. Okay, it doesn't affect any of the other parcels, and I'm not quite sure if that really responds to your question.
Thanks. I think it does. Ms. Zolotel?
Ms. Vogel stated my intent correctly.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to read the S version with this insertion already there and trying to figure out if it... So imagine that either we have a difficult time negotiating a price with Mr. Oliva, or we have a difficult time finding a fund source, because I don't think without any kind of project the CARES Act is an appropriate use, for example. Right now it's a raw lot. It's not something where you could put folks that are experiencing homelessness or anything like that. It's not something I think CARES Act is appropriate for. So let's assume that we can't use that and we have to find some other funding source, and that takes us 6 months or even a year. I'm trying to figure out if that prevents us from acquiring the Beans property. And I think that it does in terms of a purchase. Now, somebody mentioned a lease, and could somebody explain how that would work and why that wouldn't be prohibited by this amendment? Because I think we want to go into Beans as soon as possible, correct? I mean, the sponsors don't want to stop us from doing the important engagement work at Beans.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So the overall ordinance authorizes the lease or purchase of buildings. It doesn't say you have to purchase any one of these buildings. So if this were to pass, then there'd be nothing to prohibit the lease of the Beans building.
But, okay, it's a little hard because now I have to take this and sort of insert it into the S version. And what the S version says is you can do these things, you can purchase or perhaps lease to buy these things, and then it lists those things. And then this amendment says you can't do that unless you've already authorized to buy the other parcel, right? So whatever it is, it seems to me like whatever it is that the S version is giving us the power to do, this is blocking us from doing it until we have authorized the purchase of the Oliva property.
So I think we have...
Not the intent, so.
Thanks. So we have both of our attorneys who want to weigh in. Mr. Gates?
Yes, I was going to add that, as Mr. Dunbar was pointing out, that specific language, this isn't effective until the Assembly first authorizes. And as we know from code, the Assembly authorizes purchase or acquisition of real property by ordinance. So if you look at timing here, we need to introduce and have a public hearing and then pass. So we're looking at maybe 2 Assembly meetings to get that done, for that condition to be met, to make this authorization effective just for the Beans property.
Thank you. Ms. Vogel?
I agree with that timing. I think that would prevent the acquisition of the property, the Beans Cafe property, until that was done, and that would be acquisition by purchase or lease, because that's what we're seeking authority to do. So I don't think that we could lease this property. I don't think that there would have been the authority to lease the property until the condition was met of the authorization of the acquisition of the other 3 parcels.
Can I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Because I want to be solution-oriented here. So 2 things. One, could we rent it, or otherwise hold it for a while so we can do these important services until this authorization is complete? And then second, could the Assembly pass that, do the public hearing and pass an ordinance that authorizes the purchase without identifying a fund source? Because otherwise, we have like 2 weeks to figure out what the fund source is, or whatever the time frame is you're talking about. I guess that's of the attorneys, to the attorneys.
I would like to address one part about if you need to identify where the funds are coming from before you can approve an ordinance authorizing acquisition of the 11 parcels. We sometimes see from time to time in authorizations it's subject to appropriation, so only if the money materializes then that would be able to be spent. So you should identify where it would be from, if it's there or not, maybe subject to a future appropriation. But the authorization for the acquisition can be conditioned that way. It's rare, it's cleaner to have, of course, a fund certification of money that's already been appropriated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whittleton?
Thanks. I'm liking this less and less. It seems really cynical. It's like we have this in there, kind of leave us a little bit of hope, but we don't have a source of funds, and we're saying, okay, well, if it's in there, how do we get around it? Okay, we'll introduce some at our next meeting that authorizes it with no funding source. So it's really, we're putting it in there, and now we're scheming how to get out of it. And it really feels like those things that they do in Congress, where they take a bill and put all the Christmas ornaments on it, I think. And if anything bothers the public is a sneaky thing, it's that. And if we have not heard clearly that people don't trust us right now, you weren't listening, and I know you all were. This plays right into that. This is a big expenditure, potentially, though it's unfunded, and we're really just kidding. And people want to know about it, and they want it crystal clear, not snuck in, and this is not in regards to our process as snuck in, but it will certainly be perceived as being snuck in. Let's not do this. This is, if you want to do it, bring it out as a separate ordinance. Let's talk about it and be open and honest. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Whittleton. Sadly, not that I agree with him, but just about Mr. Oliva and his family. If you get to agree with Mr. Whittleton, you're usually in a good spot, so that's not what I intended. But it just seems too murky, and it also seems like it could hold this up, and I agree about the trust issues. I would, however, like the administration, I'd like to formally request the administration either do a work session with us or bring forward a proposal on what we're going to do with his property in the next, say, month or two. I think it's just gone on too long. He keeps asking. We keep getting, oh, there's a study. I think we need to just sit down and have a discussion about it. So I think I will vote no, but I really believe Mr. Oliva deserves our time put into this, and I want to have a discussion about that.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Yeah, so thanks everyone for the feedback. I agree it's not the cleanest way, but quite frankly, we have a report that says that the best use down there, purchasing the Beans building is a part of an overall campus, and we're going to start having parking issues as soon as we bring day engagement to Beans, quite frankly. And this is a part of that solution. And I appreciate Ms. Quinn Davidson asking for us to bring this front and center, but several of us have been trying to bring this front and center for a long time and getting no traction. So that's why the amendment is brought. It's a part of a bigger plan. It fits in with what we're trying to do, I think, and it's actually a key piece to ensuring a good flow down there, even initially with day engagement. So I hope, if this amendment doesn't pass, I hope this stays on everyone's radar, because the Agnew-Beck report was quite clear, and he held out and waited for that to be completed, and was put off for a while it was completed. And I really would like to see this kind of the end of that era, because it will really benefit the municipality and what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I just want to say real quickly, I think what John said about public perception might be correct, but there wasn't anything at all sneaky about what actually was done. I mean, this amendment has been on the table for weeks now, and I appreciate that Ms. Zolotel and Mr. Constant have put it in public, and we've been talking about it. We've sort of been prevented about talking about it in public because of all the public testimony, ironically. But it went through the normal process. It just ended up where it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
That motion fails 6-4. With that, Madam Vice Chair?
A move to postpone action on this item until the meeting of August 11th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief because I feel like I've spoken too much tonight. I support this motion for a couple of reasons. One, I think we have a very full agenda tomorrow night, so I don't think tomorrow night is appropriate. Two, we have on the 31st an all-day work session on the CARES Act, and I think that discussion will hopefully lead to something closer to a comprehensive plan that we can vote on August 11th. Now, I might be too optimistic about that, but I'm hopeful that we can have a large package to vote on August 11th, and that the administration will help us get there. And then on August 11th, if we pass this, it'll be part of a large, comprehensive package that shows all the different things we are doing with CARES Act money, not just focusing on this one thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Would you state the motion again, please? It's still kind of hard to hear.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy. It's a motion to postpone item number 4A, or it's actually 4C, 2020-66S. It's a motion to postpone until August 11th.
Thank you. Yes.
That motion passes 10-0. We also have item 4F, the information memorandum, number AIM 105-2020, which is the public testimony, the 777 pages or so.
Move to accept.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Constant.
Do you need a third? Accept? No?
No. Is there any objection to acceptance of that document? Okay, seeing none, then that document is accepted. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.